and Ulu Association. From the vibrant rhythms of folk traditions to the shimmering world of Bollywood, this performance will capture the essence of India's vibrant film industry by the Nirmiti School of Dance.
Welcome, everyone, to Long Island, New York. I'm Ravi Kapur, live at the Nassau Coliseum, where Prime Minister Modi is about to take the stage to greet the Indian American diaspora. This is live Diya TV coverage, coast to coast, on air and online. I'm Ravi Kapur with a bevy of guests that will be joining us here this morning from Long Island. It's a 3-day event where Prime Minister Modi came in from India, landed at the Philadelphia International Airport. He met with members of the diaspora upon arrival, and then he spent time with President Biden and the other members of the Quad for the Quad Summit between the U.S., Japan, Australia, and India. So the Prime Minister spent time in Delaware yesterday with President Biden, around the areas where President Biden grew up, and he will be making his way to JFK, and then upon arrival, coming straight to Nassau Coliseum. This morning, there's actually an event with the Indian American, or the Indian External Affairs Minister, S. Jaishankar. He's going to be meeting with VIP guests in attendance. There's going to be about 15,000 people here in attendance on site. And what we have going on throughout the morning are cultural performances. There's actually performances going on outside as thousands of people come into the venue. And there's performances going on stage, which we will cut to in between our conversations with dignitaries from around America and, frankly, around the world. We've had people fly in from all parts to be part of this event. It's a little different this time out than in previous ceremonies. Obviously, we were there on site in Silicon Valley when Prime Minister Modi first came to San Jose, and that was, in a sense, almost a coronation, because we had never seen an Indian Prime Minister hold court with the diaspora to that degree. His first event was, of course, at Madison Square Garden. Then he went to the SAP Center at the time in San Jose. And then, of course, you may recall back in 2019, there was that big Howdy Modi event in Houston, which was effectively like a political rally for former President Trump, as both Trump and Modi held court to 50,000 people as Indian Americans become a very important voting bloc for both Democrats and Republicans. Even though historically Democrats have had a stronghold on the Indian American community, the Republican Party has made significant inroads because of President Trump's overtures, and we're seeing that in this race. But this event is decidedly non-political, but the reality is that Prime Minister Modi is a political leader. There are folks that are thrilled that he's here. There are folks outside. There are a handful of folks that are protesting Modi's presence here in the United States and at this event When I walked into the building, I didn't get a chance to really get a true sense of the size and scale of that protest. We'll see if we can get video from outside. We have been told there will be protests, but if they've happened, they've been marginal at best because they have not made much of a show. Obviously, there are layers of security here in Long Island. I mean, 4 levels of security, Secret Service, so very secure events. And of course, this is coming on the heels of the United Nations a multitude of events in Manhattan. So we're in Long Island, about an hour and a half from Manhattan proper. The Indian ministers are all staying in Manhattan, but they have trekked here to Long Island. And so we'll see. We don't have a full run of show about who will be speaking on stage. They've kind of kept us, kept a lot of the stuff under wraps, I think namely for security reasons, because this is something that's going to be watched around the world, and certainly having a very large Indian delegation, making sure that they're secure is of utmost importance in light of many events here in the United States in recent weeks. So we're going to bring in some different voices from the diaspora, and we have one here now to join us here off stage. And Bhavani Patel is going to come on here and join us, and I'm going to pass her the microphone as Bhavani has joined us here live. You're our first guest here for this special broadcast. Bhavani, thank you for being with us.
Thank you so much, and what an honor.
Our pleasure to see you. I had a chance to interview Bhavani when she ran for Congress. She ran in the Pittsburgh area, very tightly contested race, fell short in the primary, but you got your name out there. Give me your perspective on making yourself a public figure. It is very challenging. I mean, and we'll talk about this here in a moment. There was an article written this week by Harper's Magazine. A lot of folks involved in this production were kind of called out for participating in an event of this nature. And again, I'm not going to denigrate other journalists, but it does seem strange that it's because largely of their Hindu faith or Hindu identity, right, which, frankly, as someone born and raised here like yourself, the Hindu American community didn't have much of a foothold in this country. So I'm curious about what provoked you to run for Congress, what this process has been like for you, and the fact that you were actually invoked in this article that just came out as well.
Yeah, it's been a very incredible journey, and I just want to start off by saying that the energy in this space today is just truly remarkable. I think that everybody is excited to honor and celebrate and strengthen the U.S.-India partnership, and as the world's 2 largest democracies, I think that that's a very special thing that we need to continue to strengthen. For me, I was motivated to run because my mom is from India. She comes from a small village in Gujarat. Like many people that are going to be gathering here today, she came to this country with very little, built up a small food truck business, and I became the first in my family to graduate from college. And, those are the values that I expressed when I ran for Congress. And that's another reason why I'm here to celebrate with the diaspora and to continue to share that message. As it relates to some of the nastiness and some of the negativity that we're seeing, and my race ended in April, but we're still seeing these conversations happen. And they're largely rooted in anti-Hindu hate. And it's really unfortunate because that sort of division and negativity has real life consequences on Hindus all across the country. It makes people feel unsafe. It makes us feel like we can't practice our faith freely. And just this week, we saw that express itself in the vandalization of the BAPS temple. And this week, we were actually celebrating the 10th anniversary of the BAPS temple in Pittsburgh. And these were serious conversations that we had to consider. So words have consequences. And it's really unfortunate that, we have journalists that don't want to paint a full, honest picture of the beautiful diversity of our community.
Yeah, I didn't want to make this into a media expose, but I am curious about, again, I've had a fascination with media since I was a little boy. People who know me, I've had an interest since I was like 8. So yeah. I'm fascinated about some of the narratives that are crafted because, we, still are a very small community. I mean, less than 2% of the population, a true minority, but we were a micro minority when I was growing up. So to see that, okay, well, now there's some attention paid to the community. Obviously, Vice President Harris is right now in the executive branch, and she is the Democratic nominee. An unbelievable story. Her mom coming from India originally. And of course, we've seen President Trump's overtures, knowing that the Indian American community is important. So I understand the need for civic engagement, but does some of this negativity that you have faced, does that perhaps take away from this experience of trying to represent your community and get your views out there?
If anything, I think it strengthens my desire to want to represent our community. I think when articles like this are written, the goal is to paint a picture that we somehow are not American enough because we want to share the beauty of our faith and we want to practice our faith. But the truth is that America is a diverse country, and that's why people from India come here, is because they want to settle in a country where there's respect, there's integrity, there's equality. And so, this argument that somehow because we're Hindus that we're not American enough is a false message. And that's another reason why I was proud to run. And that's another reason why I think it's a remarkable thing that on a national stage, on a global stage, we have a woman that's running for president of the United States, and her name is Kamala Harris. And she has Indian heritage. She has Hindu heritage. It should be celebrated. And if anything, I think right now is our moment. We should be owning this narrative and pushing back and talking about the positivity of what we have to offer.
Now, let me get your perspective also. And again, I didn't want this to delve into that. In fact, this event specifically, and I should point this out, because Howdy Modi was decidedly political, at least in my view. I mean, that was a political rally, folks. This one, I think they've taken a completely different tact. We have basically no political leaders that are invited formally. I know Jennifer Rajkumar, who will be joining us a little bit later, she's a New York legislator. She's involved because it's basically her home district.
Right.
But there are many Indian American electeds on the right and the left, and most of them, I mean, I understand Sri Thanadar is here, but he's not really here in an official capacity. So take me through this whole process.
I think, look, Prime Minister Modi is a prime minister. He represents one of the largest democracies in the world, right? And so I think that inherently his presence here is a political presence. It has significant implications for Americans, Indian Americans in this country. I come from Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh is home to Carnegie Mellon University and the University of Pittsburgh. Thousands and thousands of students from India come to get themselves educated, to build lives, and they ultimately stay. And so, I'm going to be excited to hear what Prime Minister Modi has to say about India and what he has to say about how we're going to build the relationship forward between U.S. and India, so that other people, just like my mother, can come here, raise their kids here, and then maybe have their kids run for office one day and practice their Hindu faith outwardly.
And the fact, I should also point out, you were a Democrat running against another Democrat.
That's
so
right.
That was an interesting dichotomy. So, I mean, how can you, are you able to put your faith on full display as a Democrat, as a Hindu American? I mean, explain that, because I know a lot of folks are factoring that in this year's election.
It's interesting. I mean, I did. I put it forward, and it was out there, and I'm still talking about it. And I think it's important that we continue to write our own narrative, because the reality is that if we don't write our narrative, then others who don't understand us will. And I think, going back to what I was saying, I think that this is truly an opportunity. With roughly 14,000 Indian Americans, Hindu Americans coming together in New York, we have an opportunity to write our story, to share all culture, to bring people in, and really look upward. And I think that's a powerful thing. And, I am a Democrat. I'm a proud Democrat. I'm a young woman. And I feel like I occupy a unique space in talking about my Hindu faith and owning it within the party. And, I'm proud to be Hindu, and nothing's going to stop me.
Well, I really appreciated your candor, your forthrightness. We had a chance to have a conversation during your race. And, we've been covering emerging political leaders since we started this network 15 years ago. And sometimes they don't win the first time, but they keep at it. Many of these folks are now in very, very high places. So continued success to you. Best of luck moving forward. And we look forward to tracking your progress.
It's lovely to be with you, Ravi. Thank you.
Thank you. Bhavani Patel joining us here as we kick off this broadcast from Long Island. There'll be a whole host of cultural performances, and we definitely want to showcase that. In fact, we're going to go to the stage when they come back here in a moment. But throughout the afternoon, we are going to bring on folks to give us a perspective. This is a little bit different because there was a newness to having the diaspora engaged by the Indian government, a decade ago. I don't want to say this is old hat, because it's still unique. And a lot of these folks who have come here have not necessarily been involved to see Prime Minister Modi come here. And for that matter, again, those of us who have been in this country, who have been born and raised, we really didn't have this kind of engagement. So it is fascinating to see the U.S. and India draw closer together. It does seem also that it's a bipartisan effort to bring the U.S. and India together, and that is very, very refreshing and welcomed moving forward. So let's take to the stage right now for the next performance, and we'll have more guests for us throughout the morning and the afternoon.
At just 14 years old, Bruhat Soma from Nalgonda, Telangana, has overcome incredible challenges to become the Scripps National Spelling Bee champion, surpassing more than 11 million competitors. His talents go well beyond spelling. With a strong connection to India's sacred texts, he has memorized the Vishnu Sahasranama and actively engages with the Bhagavad Gita. Honored at the White House and recognized on international platforms, Bruhat serves as an inspiring example of excellence for Indo-American youth.
Thank you for your applause, ladies and gentlemen. Is everyone getting seated? I still see some people walking on the floor. Let's find your seats and please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, what you see here today is a culmination of just 3 weeks of preparation when the news first came that the Prime Minister would be with us today. This is an entirely 100% Indian American volunteer-driven effort. Thank you. Applause to all the artists, all of the volunteers, to those who got you the tickets, to those who helped you find your seats, to clear through security. And our appreciation to each and every one of you for making the effort to be with us here today. Let's give a big applause to all of us. We can feel the anticipation building. We are just getting started today. On to the next program, and you haven't seen anything yet.
They say music knows no boundaries, and our next performer embodies that perfectly. A true master of singing in multiple languages, she first captured hearts as a young girl when she won the prestigious Voice of India reality show. Today, she's affectionately known as the Dandiya Princess, dazzling audiences with her incredible talent and infectious energy. Get ready to be mesmerized by the one and only Aishwarya Majmudar.
Good morning, New York! Can we hear a little bit louder? Anything from you? 1, 2, 3, go! Are you ready to dance? Are you ready to jive? Are you ready to celebrate India? There we go. ये भी न जाने वो भी न जाने नैनों के रंग नैना जाने मिला जो संग तेरा उड़ा पतंग मेरा हवा में होके मलंग जग की कोई रीत न जाने मैं तो बस तेरी हुई दीवानी मिला जो संग तेरा उड़ा पतंग मेरा हवा में होके मलंग मैं छोड़ा नहीं घर मेरा मखना में मखना तू है संसार मेरा मखना में मखना बहुत सा ये प्यार मेरा मखना में मखना मैं छोड़ा नहीं घर मेरा मखना छोड़ा नहीं घर मेरा मखना में मखना तू है संसार मेरा मखना में मखना बहुत सा ये प्यार मेरा मखना में मखना मैं छोड़ा नहीं घर मेरा मखना चार चराग तेरे पलन हमेशा Hands up everybody चार चराग तेरे पलन हमेशा चार चराग तेरे पलन हमेशा पंजवा में बालन आई भला झूले लालन पंजवा में बालन आया भला झूले लालन सभी नाज़े वरदा सभी शाबाश कलंदर दमादम मस्त कलंदर अली दम दम दे अंदर दमादम मस्त कलंदर अली दम तेरा नंबर हो नान मेरी All the Gujaratis in the house! Can I hear you? Baje re, baje re, baje re. Dhoni taro dhol baje re, dhol baje re, dhol baje dhol. Ki dham dham baje dhol, ki dham dham baje dhol. Ki dhoni taro dhol baje re, dhol baje re, dhol baje dhol. Ki dham dham baje dhol, ki dham dham baje dhol. Hey hey dham 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 dhol baje baje re dhol baje dham 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 dhol baje baje re dhol baje dham 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 hangama hangama ho gaya hai hangama 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 re hangama ho gaya hai hangama 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 re dham dham dhol baje dham 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 dhol baje dham 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 dhol baje baje re dhol baje dham dham. This one is for India. I want everybody to sing with me. 2, 1, 2, 3. Jai Ho! Jai Ho! आजा आजा जिनके शादियाँ के तले आजा जरी वाले नीले आसमान के तले One more time. आजा आजा झंडे शामियाने के तले आजा जरी वाले नीले आसमां के तले जय हो 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 जय हो। Can I see those flags, please? सुनो हार से दुनिया वालों बुरी नजर न हम पे डालो चाहे जितना जोर लगा लो सबसे आगे होंगे हिंदुस्तानी हिंदुस्तानी सुनो हार से दुनिया वालों बुरी नजर न हम पे डालो चाहे जितना जोर लगा लो सबसे आगे होंगे हिंदुस्तानी हिंदुस्तानी हमने कहा है हमने कहा है जो सबसे प्यारा आओ मुझे बोले अपना अपना जहां है सबसे प्यारा हमने कहा है जो हमने कभी तेरे जैसा कोई नहीं है हंसी नहीं सौती तुम कहीं भी तेरे जैसा कोई नहीं मैं गया जहाँ भी बस तेरी याद थी जो मेरे साथ थी मुझको तड़पाती रुलाती सबसे प्यारी तेरी सूरत प्यारी है हंसना प्यारी नीला तुझे सलाम तुझे सलाम तुझे सलाम तुझे सलाम वंदे मातरम 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 जय भारत माता की थैंक यू
भारत माता की जय. Thank you, Aishwarya Majmudar, the internet phenom. Ready for the next program.
We now step into the realm of enchanting classical dance of Kathak. The Srimad Rajchandra Mission Dharampur presents this dance form that has graced India's cultural landscape.
Atma Prani Aho Atma Rami Atma Buddha Aho
चिंतामणि करुणाकर अहो आत्मतत्वदर्शी जय 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 जयवंत वर्तु परम कृपाळु विश्वमही जय 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 जयवंत वर्तु परम कृपाळु विश्वमही प्रज्ञ स्थिर बुद्धि स्थिरमति अहो शुद्ध स्वरूप स्थिति शांताकारं शांतीकरणं शांत स्वरूपं शांतनिधि सम्यगदर्शी सहज स्वरूपी सहजानंदी समदर्शी जय 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 जयवंत वर्तु परम कृपाळु विश्वमही जय 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 जयवंत वर्तु परम कृपाळु विश्वमही निंदा स्तुति समं निर्द्वंद्व निर्लिप निर्मम निष्कामी निशंक निर्भय निसंक निश्चल विरागी निर्मल निस्पृही निजानंदी निरुपम निर्मोही निर्विकारी निरहंकारी जय 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 जयवंत वर्तु परम कृपाळु विश्वमही जय 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 जयवंत वर्तु परम कृपाळु विश्वमही परम पुरुष प्रभु परम उपकारी परम दयालु परम ज्ञानी प्रशांत प्रसन्न पर ब्रह्म गुरु अहु परिपूर्ण प्रेम मूर्ति पावन परम प्रिय पुरुषोत्तम प्राण जीवन पर हितकारी जय 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 जयवंत वर्तु परम कृपाळु विश्वमही जय 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 जयवंत वर्तु परम कृपाळु विश्वमही
Blending ancient Indian music with contemporary global sounds, creating a genre of her own. Falu Shah went on to make a colorful world. Blending ancient Indian music with contemporary. Falu Shah went on to make a colorful world, an album that won her a Grammy Award in 2022. She enigmatically and enchantingly bedazzled everybody throughout the globe with her alluring voice and masterfully crafted global sounds. She's collaborated with the legendary artists A.R. Rahman, Yo-Yo Ma, and Philip Glass, reminding us all of the unifying power of music. From the land of majestic forts and royal palaces, we bring you folk dances where sands will come alive with swift spins of galbelia, haunting melodies of banihari, and the soulful rhythms that celebrate the depth of traditions of Rajasthan. This captivating performance is brought to life by Om Dance Creations.
मोरनी बाबा माँ बोले आधी रात माँ मोरनी बाबा माँ बोले आधी रात माँ छनन छन चूड़ियाँ खनक गई एक साहिबा चूड़ियाँ खनक गई हाथ माँ मोरनी बाबा माँ बोले आधी रात माँ चूड़ी चमके रे मोचिड़ा बड़ो चूड़ी चमके रे मोचिड़ा बड़के ओ मने लाई दे हवालदार चूड़ी चमके मने लाई दे चूड़ी चमके पल्लो लट पैर मारो पल्लो लट पैर मारो पल्लो लट जरा सो टेढ़ो हो जा बाल महर पल्लो लट जरा सो टेढ़ो हो जा बाल महर पल्लो लट रे होलिया में उड़ा रे गुलाल कयो रे मंगे जड़ सहा
होलिया में उड़े रे गुलाल कयो रे मंगे तर से
होलिया में उड़ा रे गुलाल कयो रे मंगे जड़ सहा
होलिया में उड़े रे गुलाल कयो रे मंगे तर से
Time to witness an amalgamation of Bollywood, spiced up with traditional beats and delicate spins of Garba by Shivai Dance Academy. For eons, East and West have always been fascinated by one another. As a result, a vibrant tapestry of cultures has been woven, creating a mesmerizing dance of modern traditions. Witness a vibrant fusion of Bharatanatyam and modern creativity by Tal Dance Group, featuring the Ricky Pond.
Them boys coming for you. 3, 4, better lock your door. 5, 6, hide your bitch. Oh, tell me, did you pepper spray these villains? Get!
పొలం గట్టు దుమ్ములోన పోట్ల గిట్ట దూకినట్టు పొలే అమ్మ జాతరలో పోత రాజు ఊగినట్టు ఎర్రు చెప్పులేసుకొని సాము చేసినట్టు పట్టి సట్టు నీడలోన కుర్ర గుంపు కూడినట్టు ఎర్ర జొన్న రొట్టెలోన మిరప దొక్కు కలిగినట్టు నా పాట చూడు నా పాట చూడు నా పాట చూడు నాటు 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 వీర నాటు 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 కూర నాటు 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 పచ్చి మిరపలాగా పెంచనాటు నాటు 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 పిచ్చు కట్టిలాగా వెర్రి నాటు నా పాట చూడు నా పాట చూడు నాటు 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 వీర నాటు 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 కూర నాటు 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 గట్ట పారలాగా చెట్ట నాటు 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 ఉక్కమూతలాగా దిక్క నాటు
Shobha was just downstairs hanging out with the Indian External Affairs Minister, and obviously we've been covering in Diaspora since it began. Give folks broad strokes about the organization, how far it's come, which is really stupendous, and give us your insight as to what Mr. Jaishankar said to the audience, the VIP audience downstairs.
Thank you. Really appreciate the opportunity to talk about in Diaspora first. We are an organization that brings together the Indian diaspora across the globe to be a force for good. We started in the US, as you well know. You've been a friend of the organization for a long time, 12 years old now. And from the Indo-US corridor and the strength of the diaspora and what we've been able to do here, we have been motivated to take this globally, and we are excited to see what we can build with a 32 million strong global diaspora. Today is a very, very celebratory morning for us to have the Prime Minister here and all the related excitement about what we as the diaspora community can do in India's incredible growth story. And the conversation with the External Affairs Minister was a reinforcement of all that we all know, that the convergence in the relationship has been bolstered and strengthened by the diaspora and how much we contribute to things. That's a very, very excited crowd tone there, I'd say.
Absolutely. Give me a quick take, as we do want to go to Vikas here real quick.
Yeah.
Your insight as to the U.S.-India relationship and what you've seen. Give me your perspective and where things go from here.
I mean, I think the word that we have heard repeatedly from multiple quarters is convergence, that things are coming together. It sounds like the oldest cliche to say the oldest democracy and the largest democracy, but there is something here, right? A shared set of values and what we build on. And everything feels like it's on the right trajectory, and we're very excited about that. And I think one of the things that I heard the External Affairs Minister say with great conviction is that the diaspora is a key part of how strong the relationship is today, and that the strength of the community here also helps us come to all of this from a place of strength. And what more can we do? The ambitiousness of what we set out to do. And as we were discussing briefly before, I think among the many ways in which the diasporas can contribute is technology transfer and knowledge transfer. And those are things that, you know, are very much in diaspora's wheelhouse. We partner with leaders in all these spaces, and we are happy to see what more we can do to help all of this along.
And Diaspora is not just Indian American focus. It's really broadly throughout the diaspora, so the global diaspora. Tell me about some of the initiatives you have around the globe beyond the U.S.
Happy to. Right, just before the pandemic, we realized that we needed boots on the ground in India. So we now have offices in India, which is our core presence in. There is no diaspora without presence in India. We are very happy to say now we have offices in New Delhi and staff in Bangalore and Mumbai. But other than that, we also have part-time staff in UK, Singapore, and Australia. And we have a strong presence in Canada and UAE also. And mainland Europe continues to be become a part of the conversation. And we are very happy to see the growth that's happening across the globe.
Well, very impressive. I've seen it from concept to this stage here a decade later. And now we have an Indian American presidential nominee.
Yes.
And certainly we know the GOP is also engaged in this community, things that honestly we didn't have 10 years ago. It
Absolutely.
just was not the case. And here we have a real moment. And despite the fact that, there has been so much engagement, there's still so much more that can be done. And you guys are certainly at the forefront of developing the relationship.
Thank you. Really appreciate that shout out to our work and what we are doing here. And as you said, just the pattern of growth of the last 10 years gives us, there is no real limit to what we can achieve as a community if we come together, because it is we have shown that we have the chops to do more, and we are eager to explore where we can take what we have built all along the way.
Shobha Vishwanath from the Diaspora, thank you so much for coming by.
Thank you. Thank you very much for having me. Enjoyed being here.
Thank you so much. All right, we'll take it back to the stage.
Elevating the spice quotient of this morning, it's time to get transported to the land of the valiant Peshwas and Marathas. The flaming charm of the Lavani, a dedicated Vandan to Master Ganesh, and the bravery of Peshwa warriors are all weaved into the next performance by Rudra Dance Academy.
सरर हो दिखा जले शत्रु राह में मिले हमने जब जब शमशीरें ताने है माए भवानी अब सब मर्द मामूले बड़े खुददार हैं अब हर एक दिन फराज का त्योहार है अब ये शीश नाच पे तेरी नाच हम लगे तेरे दर नबी जबत माँ जगदम्बे है माए भवानी
Punjab's high-spirited Baisakhi folk dance Bhangra is pure joy in motion. It stands as an iconic symbol of Punjabi culture and identity, embodying the region's vibrant spirit and resilience. Today, get ready to experience this dynamic celebration with a performance by Arya Dance Academy and Masala Bhangra.
All right, we're back here at Nassau Coliseum, joined by Raj Rao from the Hindu American Foundation. Great to see you here in person.
Yeah, likewise.
Raj, a celebrity online, I think, right?
I mean,
known for his prolific writing. But, Raj, give me some context about how this whole event came together.
Yeah.
I know HAF had enormous involvement in these proceedings. Obviously, some of your founders were intimately involved in making this thing happen. So give folks context about how an event of this magnitude is put on.
I mean, it's really a team effort. I mean, there were like 600 organizations, a lot of them, especially from the tri-state area where, this event's being held. And I mean, it's just amazing the amount of coordination that's involved in pulling this off. I mean, you've had media, you've had the media team, we've had, hundreds of volunteers. That Marriott across the street. I mean, I went down to pick up my badge. I mean, it was nuts.
Well, I mean, these are diaspora events, right? You have these, and they're really kind of community endeavors. I mean, literal uncles and aunties. Everybody's, we're starting to get up in age, but, a lot of these folks are still our elders, and they are, in addition to, raising families and holding their positions, they're putting all this time and effort towards bringing the community together. And it really is kind of a reunion because there's all these people you meet maybe once a year if you're lucky. And this is the one thing about like a Modi event, which has been unique, is that there's many figures that you don't come across unless there is a national scale event of this nature that brings people together. So, why don't you give me briefly, and hopefully we'll have Suhag on a little later, Suhag Shukla, one of the founders of HAF. But, there has been some kind of controversy just having a diaspora event, which is, again, I'm still trying to come to grips with why it's controversial to have, Indian leadership here. They were obviously, the Prime Minister of India literally was with the President of the United States yesterday. Very important bilateral talks. In fact, part of the the Quad. But, when you hear this backlash, give me your perspective. I know it gets very personal when people people take pot shots, but give me some of that. What does that feel like, and how what's your reaction to it?
I mean, it's something that it is very personal, and it is very negative. But honestly, if you think about it, like, how else can you safely accommodate the many Indian Americans, who do support, the Prime Minister of India, and who do want to be able to have a chance to even go see him? Because, if you think about it, a lot of them can't even necessarily travel freely, due to, visa issues, right? And so, when you have opportunities like this, like, we want to do our best to make sure that it can be, done safely and, in a fun atmosphere. And, when you're in here, like, all of that negativity kind of just evaporates away. But, in the end, it's like, we are one of many Indian American organizations, and, the Prime Minister of India is here. And, U.S.-India relations being, positive, being productive is something that not only benefits, Indian Americans, but it also benefits the rest of the country. I mean, you think about the 1 million jobs that have been created just through Air India's Boeing purchases alone. Boeing's a struggling company, but the fact that, you have Indian companies wanting to come in here and create jobs, and, events like this is what really helps develop that relationship and, make it something that, in the future keeps giving dividends for everyone.
Well, it's interesting you bring this up because I think a lot of folks don't realize all these discussions that are taking place. About 2 weeks ago, I was at a Stanford event, and the US ISPF put it together where we were talking about US and India engaged in space, which was phenomenal. And we had a chance to meet the 4-star general, the commander of Space Force. And they have a whole air base outfit in Vandenberg and by Santa Barbara. They have another facility in Colorado. And I was really impressed with Indian startups get engaged with the American government and other private sector companies involved in space. So we're seeing collaboration, not just on naval exercises, but
it's multifaceted.
100%. So, there are some protesters out here. I still don't know fully what their grievances are. I know there are folks involved with the Khalistan movement that said they would have a presence here. Frankly, we've been so immersed and ensconced in the festivities in the building that I haven't had a chance to pay attention. Are any of these folks out there protesters? Are they having any kind of factor or impact on this event, or has it been kind of light touch?
I mean, this is the United States, and the United States is a democracy, so they absolutely, without a doubt, have a right to express their grievances. And I believe, like, if they're able to, like, express that, outside, good for them. Like, because as long as we are able to come in here and express ourselves, and celebrate our, culture and our, unity as a community, like, I think that's the most important thing. Because otherwise, like, and I'm sure in India too, it's a democracy. And from watching Indian news, it seems pretty clear that they're not afraid of sharing their opinions over there.
Right. And give me your perspective on the construct of this event. Howdy Modi was quite political, right? Trump and Modi on stage was like, wow. And then other political leaders. This, I think you guys took a different tack. So explain that.
Well, I mean, we really wanted to emphasize the cultural ethos of India and also talk about the many ways that Indian Americans, contribute to society, not just as, in technology or, medicine, but also, in cuisine and the arts. We have, as of what, a few minutes ago, we just released, we have three, really well-known Indian artists, like, Hanuman Khan is going to be coming on, very soon.
That's news.
Artists, like, and, we had Ashwari Majumdar earlier, Chandrika Tandon. I mean, there are so much more and so many aspects. I mean, whether it's defense partnerships, cancer, the entertainment, the arts. I mean, this is really what it's all about. And, it's really great that we have an opportunity, to do this. I mean, it's a lot of work. A lot of us are operating on, just, coffee and, 2 hours of sleep. But, I think in the end, it'll be worth it.
Well, I got to say, it's a really major achievement to bring all these people together from around the country, really around the world. Hats off to you, and I think we're just getting started. But Raj, always great to see you.
Yeah, great to see you as well.
Huge contributor to HAF, and love to see how the rest of the day unfolds. I'm sure absolutely. This is just getting started. Raj Rao with the Hindu American Foundation. Thank you so much. All right, we'll take to the stage now.
Thank you so much. Love you guys.
युग बदले, समय बदला, भारत ने समय के अनेक तूफानों का सामना नहीं किया, लेकिन जब भारत की चेतना क्षीण हुई, तो देश के कोने कोने संतों ने, ऋषियों ने, मुनियों ने, आचार्यों ने, भगवंतों ने पूरे भारत को मत कर देश की आत्मा को पुनर्जीवित कर दिया।
Let us unite in honor of our beloved motherland as we come together for a heartfelt performance of India's national song, Vande Mataram, alongside the iconic America the Beautiful. Each note reflects the strength, beauty, and the spirit of both India and the United States of America, reminding us that we are all part of one global family, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. Presented by Grammy-nominated artist and humanitarian Chandrika Tandon, who has dedicated her life to spreading love, light, and laughter through music and education. Joined by the talented Young People's Chorus of New York City.
Vande Mataram, 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 Vande Mataram. Oh, beautiful for spacious skies, for amber waves of gray, for purple mountain majesties above the fruited plain.
Vande Mataram. Vande Mataram. Sujala Sufala Manaya Shashitala Shasya Shamala Mataram. Vande Mataram. Vande Mataram. Shubhra Jyotsna Pulakitayamini Pullakusumita Rumalala Shobhini Suhasini Sumadhura Bhashini Sukada Varada Mataram. Vande Mataram. Vande Mataram. Vande Mataram. Vande Mataram. Mataram. Vande Mataram. Mataram. Vande Mataram. Mataram. Vande Mataram. Mataram. America, America. Vande Mataram. Bharat Mata Ki Diya. Vande Mataram. God shed His grace on thee. Vande Mataram. From sea to shining sea. Vande Mataram. Vande Mataram. Vande Mataram. Vande Mataram.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll now take a brief pause before welcoming His Excellency, the Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi. Feel free to step out, refresh, and we'll gather shortly for the next part of this special event.
All right, we're joined here in Long Island by none other than celebrity chef Vikas Khanna. Vikas is a very familiar face for those of us that love Indian food, and you can tell that I love Indian food. Vikas, it's just great to see you. How are things?
Pleasure, pleasure. You know, we come from the very similar heritage.
Oh, unquestionably.
Yeah, we were both raised in kitchens.
No, unquestionably, we actually have cooking programming, with celebrity chef Shipra Khanna, who does a show for us.
Oh,
amazing. We still need to have a show with you, but
Okay.
I just wanted to get your thoughts. I mean, you've been an incredible ambassador for U.S.-India relations. I mean, and for that matter, for those of you that know, my father was involved in restaurants for decades and really was kind of an ambassador for India at that time.
Let me put the facts right here. Gaylord's was a game changer when it opened on the West Coast. There was nothing on the East Coast at that time.
And so, and my father did many different restaurants. And back in the 70s, I mean, things were 2 for 1. Nobody wanted to try Indian food at that time. And slowly but surely, we would have politicians come in and other leaders. And obviously now it's, world renowned. Give me your impression of where U.S. and India is today, and tell me about the cuisine. What kind of factor has Indian food play in bringing the world together?
I think Indian cuisine is such a gift of India to the world. It's a soft power. And I do feel that, it's evolved. Over the last few decades, I've seen the change firsthand. I've lived in New York for almost 24 years, and I saw the transition which happened. I saw the shift which was happening from just being a takeaway food to a fine dining to achieving Michelin stars. I did everything in this city, and I know what it took there. And of course, I'm standing on the shoulders of people like your families, who created this idea of Indian food. At that time, there was no trade of spices, hard to get lentils, hard to get Indian ingredients. And now see how it's evolved. I get so much of fresh produce from India, or I'm growing stuff in America, not just the food, but also the flowers from India.
Amazing. Tell us about your new venture. It's making, headlines. The moment you opened up, it's been sold out. How do you get a reservation at your restaurant?
We only get the reservation from Ravi. It's outsourced to Ravi, RESY. It's generally opens at 11 o'clock a.m. Eastern Standard Time, and it's only open for a few seconds because it's totally sold out. And for an Indian restaurant, the first Indian restaurant to get 3 stars from New York Times was kind of very amazing, because this is hardcore Indian cooking, what I'm doing here. It's passionate, it's real, it's like almost like our grandmothers cooked in the kitchens from all over the country. It's very regional.
My goodness. And for folks that want to try it, how do they, how are they able to get in at this point? Do you have another method? Are people reselling reservations?
No, we are trying to get rid of those third-party reservations, because we do take deposits now. It was happening earlier. What you're saying is totally right. But Brazil is the only way. We don't have a phone number. But I do feel that it's an amazing moment for Indian cuisine to celebrate this, that people are logging in from their time zones from all over the world. You hear stories that it's been 6 months, somebody's trying every day and they got in. It's an amazing engagement and an amazing position of Indian cuisine right now, as we speak right now, to celebrate Prime Minister Modi's visit to this country. And we complete 6 months, and I'm very proud of it.
And the restaurant is called Bungalow.
Bungalow.
And Vikas has also been a filmmaker. He's cookbooks. Tell me about your multimedia empire briefly.
Oh, I'm not multimedia empire. I feel great storytelling creates impact, and food is great storytelling. Movies and documentaries and books are great storytelling. I focus on all these things, and I do everything myself. My new movie is coming out very soon. It's with Shabana Azmi playing a chef in New York, and it's music by A.R. Rahman. And it's a unique way of looking at a woman's life and the struggles which led us to win Michelin stars. They're so invisible in our families in so many ways, because I get to go on the stages, but the women who actually stood for me and filled up the gaps, it's in honor of them. And that story tells about that. It's called Imaginary Rain.
Well, as you all can tell, I have a huge bias towards culinary ambassadors. I know the impact that you have had here in New York and beyond. I know the impact that so many pioneers who are out there introducing Indian food and culture all over this country. So I really love seeing you, spending time with you. Congratulations on your success. Great to see you as always.
See you at the restaurant.
Thank you so much. All right, we're back here in Long Island, and I wanted to actually share with you all an exclusive set of interviews that we garnered here at Diya TV. I don't know if those of you that watch us regularly, you know that we break a lot of news, and I had a chance to talk to California Governor Gavin Newsom. I had a chance to go to the Kamala Harris-Donald Trump debate in Philadelphia, and it's been fascinating to see the rise of the Indian American community and through the lens of a lot of political officials, because many of them over the years had ignored the community. But Governor Newsom did something very distinctive last year by vetoing a bill called SB 403. It was a caste discrimination bill, one that caused all kinds of rancor in the community, ostensibly trying to mitigate caste discrimination from taking place. But some of the folks behind the bill were activists, and many people were deeply offended by their approach. Despite negotiations behind the scenes, there was a real effort to get the bill passed. And in fact, it was passed by the California legislature, which is led by the Democratic Party. In fact, the California Democratic Party endorsed the bill. And because there's a strong majority of Democrats in California, it passed without much issue, but there was significant debate, and we were there in Sacramento as some of these debates took place and held court between community members trying to explain their side, pro and con. And it was an interesting exercise in democracy, really, but also just the way politics works, and the fact that there was not enough data presented about, concrete discrimination towards people, specifically when it came to caste, became really a linchpin. And that forced Governor Newsom, after some cajoling from prominent Indian Americans, that this bill should be vetoed. So I want to share with you my interview, a brief interview with Governor Gavin Newsom, who explained his decision for the very first time exclusively here on Diya TV. You vetoed SB 403 in California, the caste discrimination bill. A lot of Indian Americans really appreciated that why you did that. Can you speak about that? Because that was a huge deal. A lot of folks were upset about that bill.
Well, I thought existing law in the state of California, our Civil Rights Division, is well established that you can't discriminate. So I thought the law was unnecessary. And I appreciated the response and the feedback I got within the community. And I've been humbled by that and grateful for that. And that said, you just saw the new hate crimes in California, the new stats that came out. We still have a lot of work to do to deal with the No Americans and the attacks and the assaults that continue, and the bigotry that continues to be expressed by ignorant people.
So now you got some of Governor Newsom's rationale for the first time. That was an actual explanation of why he vetoed SB 403. There was just a statement issued by his office before, and it was kind of left alone. And clearly there was disappointment by the advocates of SB 403. Now, I should mention in Seattle, this caste discrimination ordinance was passed, led by the former city council member, Shama Sawant. It got passed, but I have gone to Seattle a couple of times this year, and I talked to the new city council. Shama Sawant is a Democratic socialist. Now that she's off the council, the council's actually become much more moderate, and they've said they are going to re-examine that policy in Seattle. In California, though, Aisha Wahab, the state senator, was greatly disappointed by the fact that her effort failed to get this bill passed. And she was backed by some very controversial groups, Equality Labs being the primary one. But there were other community groups that were backing this effort. So I had a chance to talk to State Senator Aisha Wahab for the first time to get her reaction to the veto by Governor Newsom. You introduced a pretty controversial piece of legislation last year, SB 403. It got vetoed by Governor Newsom. Obviously, we covered extensively. Do you have any feedback after that veto? I haven't heard from you publicly about what took place? Are you planning to reintroduce that? Just give me your perspective about what took place during that whole episode.
Definitely. So we did release a statement, and I believe the statement's still available. But I want to make it very, very clear that that bill was specifically to prevent any type of discrimination, regardless of your background. And that is the American dream. That is the American way. I want to highlight, there is a lot of misinformation about that and a lot of fear mongering, but the reality is that discrimination has no place here in California.
And in light of that veto, do you plan to maybe reintroduce that legislation at some point?
We're going to have to head out. Thank you.
So there you have it. Raw reaction from State Senator Aisha Wahab. So that's the latest on the SB 403 caste discrimination bill. Will it get reintroduced? Who knows? But I'm sure we will see efforts like this continue, and it's part of our coverage of the community to keep you abreast of what the political leaders are saying. Even though this event in particular is kind of decidedly non-political, there's no question there are political overtones, certainly with Indian Prime Minister Modi to take the stage here briefly. And of course, the U.S. and India have been engaged in high-level diplomatic talks all weekend long. Now, I am being informed that it doesn't look like, as of right now, that there is a meeting scheduled between Prime Minister Modi and former President Trump and the Vice President, Kamala Harris, both of whom are the contenders for the presidency moving forward. But we don't know as of right now, but the early report so far is that neither person is scheduled on Prime Minister Modi's calendar. He's here today, and then he's also going to be speaking before the United Nations. But we'll see if something else is wedged in there. But as of right now, it does not look like he is being calendared. But right now, I want to bring on someone who's been involved in New York political life here, who understands some of these dynamics here. I'm going to bring on Rhonda Binda. And Rhonda, why don't you come take the stage here? We're very live here on Diya TV. Come on, join us, Rhonda. I'll give you this, and just put this by your face there. Hey, Rhonda, come on here. We'll stand here, and we're just moments before Prime Minister Modi is going to take the stage. Rhonda, really well known in the New York community, been very active in political circles. Give us your perspective about having this. We had 10 years ago Prime Minister Modi speak to Madison Square Garden. That kind of took, it really put the community on the stage for the first time at such a scale. Then we saw him go to Silicon Valley and then to Houston. But what does it mean that he's here back in the New York community?
Well, thank you so much. And I know you've been here through the entire journey. This is a full circle moment, I think, for him and the Indian American community. I remember 10 years ago, there was a lot of excitement. But what I've seen is that since then, there was an aspirational sort of sense about his administration and what he would do for India and Indian relations with so many other countries in the US. He's proven that he's the man to do the job. And what I'm seeing is even more excitement today. I feel like there are new people that have come to the table to help strengthen the U.S.-India relationship in terms of our friendship, but also in terms of business and educational ties, everything that's happened since COVID, that we need so much more sharing in science and technology as well. So I'm hoping that this is, another milestone moment. And, 10 years from now, we're going to need even a bigger location.
Well, share with me. Oh, let me see if we get your... I think they missed that, so we're going to have to...
Oh, sure. I'll do that.
So Rhonda Binda is joining us here, and she's been involved in politics in New York for many years now. So give folks nationally some perspective of the political dynamics in New York, because we've had an enormous community historically, but honestly very little political presence. I mean, Jennifer Rajkumar was the first elected South Asian to the legislature in New York State, and that was only a few years ago. So despite having a huge diaspora audience in New York, in New Jersey, in Connecticut, we haven't had a strong political presence. So just take us through that history and why all of a sudden there seems to be much more engagement in recent years.
No, you're absolutely right. This is such a full circle moment for New York City and New York State. 10 years ago, we were at such an aspirational point where we're excited about everything about him being elected, but we've seen what I think is ripple effects from there to throughout the world stage to New York and to the United States. 10 years ago, there were not any South Asian elected officials in New York City, in New York State. those barriers, looking back 10 years later, have been broken at every level of government, which I'm so proud of. And you have to think, how much of that has been also because the rise of India in prominence, not just India itself, but throughout other countries you're seeing leaders emerge that are of Indian American and South Asian descent. So I do think there's an impact there. I also believe that there's more excitement now because we've seen what he can do. And leaders are looking all around the world and learning from what India is doing. India is the most diverse country in the world. New York City is the most diverse place in this country. And so I only see more ties being built because so many of the diaspora are here and are at least had a start here before they went to Silicon Valley or Texas and elsewhere. And so I hope that he continues to see this as one of his strongest friends and allies in the work that he's doing. And I'm excited to see that our community here is supporting him as well.
So take us through, you work, I know, closely with Mayor Eric Adams.
Yes.
What has working with him been like? Because I know he's been very front and center in diaspora events of all kinds, but certainly he's been really engaged with the Indian community.
Well, as of course you know, he says he's the first South Asian mayor. He is vegetarian. He every day does yoga and meditates. And he's, I think he's gotten a lot of spiritual guidance from our traditions that he, even during COVID before he was elected, he would host programs to help teach about some of the traditions in health and wellness and meditation and about eating healthier, and was able to be an example by the example that he learned from some of the really ancient traditions from our community. And so the community claims him. As I run the mayor's conservancy, which is the nonprofit that raises money for the preservation of his house. And I will tell you that not only from the city's events, but what we do at the conservancy, we hosted Diwali for the first time last year, a beautiful Diwali tea. We're doing it again this year. In addition to what he's doing, we've had Indian artists and chefs and have been highlighted at the house. And so, of course, the house is the people's house, and we represent every amazing culture. But there's been somewhat, and maybe because it's I'm a little biased, but there's been somewhat more, I think, of a presence between myself and also the amazing staff that he has. People like Dilip and Chan, and as well as he just hired another amazing woman, Dr. Binda Babu. I'm sure you know her. So we're working really hard to make sure that our voices are heard, that we're seen, and that we continue to strengthen that relationship between the city and access to all of the amazing programs and resources with our community.
And how are you able to keep the community together, right? I mean, there are different opinions, right? And we're seeing that there are some protests going on outside. Again, I don't know what kind of impact, frankly, we've been in this bubble, but there are diverse opinions, and it's not just Indians, but you have Bangladeshis, you have Pakistanis, you have a very broad swath of folks from South Asia. So how are you able to keep these communities together, knowing that they have very different opinions at times?
You know, I think that it's something in the Indian tradition as well. That's definitely a country, because of its diversity, the number of languages, so many incredible, vibrant regions. And I don't know how India does it, but again, I think there's a lot that we could learn in New York from that, about how we keep all of our cultures, you know, and how we live so closely to one another. And we really, you know, despite it all, I think we get along pretty well because we have that shared immigrant experience of pursuing the American dream. And so many people start right here in New York City. And regardless of where you came from, we're under the same umbrella now. And so I think that's what sort of keeps it all together. And at the end of the day, we hope that people will, of course, stay concerned with all of the international topics, but we have a lot we're dealing with here in New York as well. So that keeps us pretty busy.
I can imagine. No, I follow from afar. I'm not involved in the trenches of New York politics, but certainly there's a lot going on here. And we would love to have the mayor on to discuss things in the near future. And certainly, you know, one thing, you know, hopefully folks are watching this on broadcast television. I know we have a bunch of people watching online on YouTube, but, you know, we built a television station in New York City last year. We have not done a formal announcement. This might be the first time I'm actually bringing it up, you know, even on Diya TV, because we built a station on Empire State. We're on Channel 10. This is live on Channel 10 throughout New York and New Jersey. So we're very proud of that. It took us many years to build with COVID and everything. But we certainly want to have maybe a celebration, and love to have you and the mayor and all the other folks in New York City involved with that as we kick off our presence here in New York City.
Absolutely, and thank you, because it's so important to have voices like ours heard, and sometimes there's not always that opportunity with there's been a lot of consolidation of media. There's it's changed so much over the years, but I'm so glad that you're giving our communities a voice so that our concerns can be heard both locally and in the work that we do around the world. There's so many great people in our neighborhoods, in our community, and I love that you're giving everybody a platform to be able to reach out to inspire others to see what we're doing.
We appreciate it. And by the way, before you go, are you ever going to run for office? Because I know people have been telling me in my ear, Rhonda's got to run for office. You running for political office one day?
I've had a lot of great appointments that I'm lucky to have had those experiences. I did run for a local unpaid volunteer role, and I won that. And so I represent Little Guyana, which is a diaspora community.
Love it.
In Queens, New York now.
We have got to tell more Guyanese stories. I think that would be awesome, and hopefully you can help us bridge that. I think it's a really fascinating diaspora community that doesn't get discussed much, but obviously if you're in the trenches, you understand Toronto and New York, huge hubs for the Guyanese community, and we should definitely tell more stories about it.
We are the second biggest diaspora in Queens and the fifth in New York City, and we consume so much great Indian culture. So I really hope that we can, continue to highlight the amazing people in the Guyanese community as well, including myself. I'm very grateful. So thank you.
Awesome. Rhonda Bennett, great to see you. Thank you so much for dropping by.
Thank you.
Thanks for hosting us here in New York.
You're in the right place. Thank you.
All right, we'll hit the stage here in a moment. They're getting set up. Prime Minister Modi will be out here in just a few moments. Stay with us.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's see, the Prime Minister of India is in the house. Vande Mataram. Vande. Folks, please take your seats. A surprise super show is about to begin. Some of the biggest names in entertainment are about to take the stage. Please be seated, and we will soon be with the Prime Minister. Okay, everyone, please be seated. Let's get quiet. There's going to be a lot of chants to chant. Please be seated and let's maintain silence for a few seconds.
This is for him. He's gonna come
Now, we present to you the viral sensation that has taken the world by storm, Kiran and Nim. This powerhouse twin duo has redefined Indian classical music with their unique blend of tradition and modern pop.
çok bravo मंगल का çok bravo मंगल का मन रंग से पाया रे सजन आयो रे अरे मेरा सजन आयो रे अरे मेरा सजन आयो रे अति मन सुख पायो रे मोरा अति मन सुख पायो मोरा अति मन सुख पायो रे मोरा अति मन सुख पायो रे तेरा सजन आयो रे सा सा दा रे दा 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 रे दा रे दा रे दा रे दा रे दा रे दा मा 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 रे 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 दा रे दा मा रे 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 दा रे दा रे गा रे रे दा रे दा रे रे दा रे दा मा 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 दा रे गा मा मा गा रे दा रे दा मा गा रे दा रे दा रे दा रे दा मा गा रे दा रे दा रे दा मा 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 दा रे दा रे दा रे 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 दा रे दा मा गा मा गा रे रे मा 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 दा मा गा रे दा रे मा गा रे दा रे दा रे मा गा रे मा गा रे दा रे दा मा गा रे मा 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 दा रे रे दा मा गा रे दा रे दा It's called Affluent People, and it's just about there are affluent people in this world, but still I feel lonely. And I just want to say that loneliness is an emotion that we've all felt at any point of our life, and you are not alone. Here's Affluent People. There are 8 billion people in the world, but not a single one who understands. I might as well be the only living girl. Wanna be happy, but I feel embarrassed to say that I'm lonely. Imagine someone caring for me every day and night, but now I don't have anyone to ask if I'm alright. Stop saying I'm pretty, 'cause pretty girls don't spend Friday nights alone in the kitchen. Stop saying I'm funny, 'cause funny girls don't themselves in a room to cry. Doesn't matter how many friends I have, 'cause truth is I'll sit down and tell me, and the only face I see is me. If only 8 billion people could help.
Trying to cope with all the insecurities. Seeing my friends having the best times don't make me feel better. The everyday life. Now I don't have anyone to ask if I'm alright. Stop saying I'm sorry, because he's hurting. Stop saying I'm funny, cause funny girls don't want themselves in a room to cry. Doesn't matter how many friends I have, the truth is, sit down and try them. The only face I see is me. 8 billion people could help. Crowded parties, busy streets, hanging with my friends, fireworks on your easy, but I still feel so lonely. Long drives and spends watching sunsets, seeming like it's perfect. Family time on weekend, but I still feel so lonely. But I still feel so lonely. Stop saying I'm pretty, 'cause pretty girls always spend Friday night alone in the kitchen. Stop saying I'm funny, 'cause funny girls don't lock themselves in a room to cry. Doesn't matter how many friends I have, 'cause truth is I'll sit down and tell them. The only face I see is me. If only 8 billion people could help it. Thank you so much. If you want to check us out, we're Culinary on social media, and we're so grateful to be here. Thank you so much. Namaste. Namaste.
From the heart of Gujarat emerges a voice that has echoed across the world. Aditya Gadhvi, a renowned singer, will now grace our stage. Known for his divine vocals and soulful compositions, let's give him a grand welcome.
Gotilo, tame gotilo, 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 tame gotilo, gotilo. Nathi je majama khali bavta tajama evo adno pravasi gotilo. Gotilo, tame gotilo, 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 tame gotilo, gotilo. Nathi je majama khali bavta tajama evo adno pravasi gotilo. कांटे थी जा तू जा दरिए थी जा तू जा कांटे थी जा तू जा कुतिलो तमे कुतिलो कुतिलो कांटे थी जा तू जा दरिए थी जा तू जा कांटे थी जा तू जा कुतिलो तमे कुतिलो कुतिलो बेवालो 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 दरिए बेवालो 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 जा चाहिए
वो कौन से कलर से बने कई दोने मेरा सामने ठिकाना बने गई दोने वो कौन से कलर से बने कई दोने कुतिलो तमे कुतिलो कुतिलो वो कौन से कलर से बने कई दोने मेरा सामने ठिकाना बने गई दोने वो कौन से कलर से बने कई दोने कुतिलो तमे कुतिलो कुतिलो ओ वाह हे भैया ओ हे भैया ओरे हाय 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 इतनी डाले ने नैया
से खलासी मन कई दो एवं पानी से खलासी मन कई दो गोतिलो तने गोतिलो गोतिलो एवं पानी से खलासी मन कई दो चलो ये एवं पानी सुदाने सोदे उन्हें गोतेलो खारो खलासी गोतिलो अरे किनारा तो स्थिर અને સલામત હોય પણ માણસ એના માટે નથી સર્જાણો અરે ખારવો ખલાસી તો ઈ કહેવાય કે જે ફણીધર નાગ જેવા દરિયાની સામે ઉતરે અને ઉતરવું પડે કારણ કે કિનારે ખાલી પડે નાની નાની બગલી ને નાના એવા સપનાની રેત વાળી ડગલી તોફાનો તરાપ મારે હાલે સાઓ હટી જાય તોય જેની હિંમત અને આમ નહીં આપે એવો ખારવો ખલાસી એવો આગળનો પ્રવાસી એવો ખારવો ખલાસી એવો આગળનો પ્રવાસી ગોતિલો 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 પોતાના જ દરિયામાં પોતાની જ ડૂબકીથી જાતનું અમૂલ મોતીલો નથી જે મજામાં ખાલી ભાવતા ગજામાં એવો આગળનો પ્રવાસી ગોતિલો એવો પાણી છે ખલાસી મને ઓકે ભૈયા પાણી છે ખલાસી મને હૈ હૈ હૈયા પાણી છે ખલાસી મને લઈ જા નૈયા ઓકે ભૈયા પાણી છે ખલાસી મને હૈ હૈ હૈયા પાણી છે ખલાસી મને લઈ જા નૈયા તમે ગોતિલો ગોતિલો એવો પાણી છે ખલાસી મને ઓકે ભૈયા પાણી છે ખલાસી મને હૈ હૈ હૈયા પાણી છે ખલાસી મને લઈ જા નૈયા તમે ગોતિલો ગોતિલો ઓકે ભૈયા હૈ હૈ હૈયા મજામાં ખાલી ભાવતા ગજામાં એવો આગળનો પ્રવાસી ગોતિલો એ ગોતિલો તમે ગોતિલો ગોતિલો એ ગુજરાતીઓ જરાક ગર્જના કરો ભાઈ 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 અહીંયા ગુજરાતીઓ ભેગા થયા હોય ને ગરબાની રમઝટ ન થાય તો કેમ હાલે તું મારી ભાગની તૂને કોણ તપસ્યા કીન लोक तारन तरन वे सो तेरे आधी कार माला ये स्नेह रंग भी मेरा अरे मोरली जो बंद कार माला ये स्नेह रंग भी मेरा धारता ये तारी मोरली जो बंद कार माला ये स्नेह रंग भी मेरा धार Thank you so much.
As a vanguard of modern Indian rap, Hanuman Kind, a rising star, his hit track Big Dogs has made waves globally. Let's welcome this force of nature with thunderous applause.
New York, make some noise.
Yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Wait a minute, get it how you live it. 10 toes in when we standing on business. I'm a big stepper, underground methods, top-notch clothes, get the most, not the lesser. Black mirror, look into the mirror, pushing culture, baby, got that vision getting clearer. Trendsetter, the one to do it better. Swerving while I'm bumping Project Petter. Yeah, rolling through the city with the big dogs. For the cars, family with me, we don't got a car. Said they on silent, but the product in them hella loud. That's how you make the money pop for everyone involved. And if you don't deserve a cut, then we gon' cut them off. My barber got me looking proper every single time. Fresh straight from a nation that is top grade. You ain't know about the way that we get it done. And you know I gotta show it for the ones who wrong. For my people, so the legacy gon' carry on. Gotta fight for something bigger than the things I want. Push my body to the end of the limit, y'all. That's how we knowin' that the flow about to carry on. Say immortality's a fallacy, I prove 'em wrong. You see the family gon' carry me the way beyond. Anything you've ever known, anything you've done. They ask me how you get like this, how you be like this. Why you worry about it? Let me do my thing, get up out the way. What you think this is? And we ain't worried about it, bro. Watch me skirt the way. They ask me how you get like this, how you be like this. Why you worry about it? Let me do my thing, get up out the way. What you think this is? And we ain't worried about it, yo. Watch me skirt the whip, yeah, swerve.
Make some noise for the city, let's go.
From one fire to another, it's time to welcome a true sensation of the Indian music industry. The genius behind those irresistible beats that make us groove. So let's get ready to be blown away by the one and only DSP, Devi Shri Prasad.
Namaste India! कैसे हो सब? All good? Sing along with me. नजरों से नजरों को चुराए कैसी है हया तेरी जो तुम पलकों को झुकाए रब जो पोशीदा है उसको निहारे तू और जो गर्मीदा है उसको डाले तू तेरी झलक अशरफी श्रीवल्ली ने नाम तक बर्फी तेरी झलक अशरफी श्रीवल्ली बातें करे तो हरफी Everybody India, put your hands up. Yeah. Really proud to be on this stage. Thank you so much. सारा ज़माना है मेरे पीछे, पर ये दीवाना है तेरे पीछे. सरिये चुने नामू दुनिया के आगे पर तेरी कोयल देखूं ये सरिये नंद बन्ना हीरा बन्ना बिल्कुल मेरे तेरा बन्ना चल तेरी आंखों से अपना जाए तेरी झलक अशरफी श्रीवल्ली मानो पदक बर्फी तेरी झलक अशरफी श्रीवल्ली करे तो बर्फी Yeah. Namaste, India. I'm really honored to be on this stage. A salute to our great nation, India. And here we go. A song for India. हर घर तिरंगा घर घर तिरंगा हर घर तिरंगा wow. घर घर तिरंगा everybody घर घर तिरंगा हर घर तिरंगा प्रत्येक घर तिरंगा आसमान को पाना है आसमान से आगे जाना है नए भारत की नई कहानी अब आसमान को सुनाना है गर्व है इस तिरंगे पर सारा जहां को ये दिखाएंगे अमृत काल मनाएंगे घर घर तिरंगा लहराएंगे हर घर everybody तिरंगा हर घर तिरंगा तिंता झंडा ननेगु त्रिवर्णा इल्लंदोरुम नुमल कोडी इरेदोरुम त्रिवर्णम Come on, India, put your hands together. Yes, sir. 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 Papa. केसरिया रंग है क्या ये रंग मेरे शक्ति का है ये रंग मेरे ताकत का है ये रंग देश का माथे पे सजा श्वेत है क्या रंग सत्य का ये रंग शांति का है ये रंग लड़के का है ये रंग देश के दिल में है बसा रंग का तो शादी का है ये रंग विकास का सोलो से ये बना तिरंगा हमारा तिरंगा बोले तिरंगा बोले तिरंगा तिरंगा बोले तिरंगा तिरंगा तिरंगा
New York welcome
to His Excellency, the Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi.
Tiranga, har ghar, 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 tiranga.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the national anthems.
Whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight. On the ramparts we watch, were so gallantly streamed, and the rockets ran, the bombs bursting in the air, came through the विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्छल जगधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगल दायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
भारत माता की
भारत माता
माता की
जय
भारत
Hail
माता की
Mother India.
नमस्ते यूएस
Namaste US.
अब अपना
Now,
नमस्ते भी
Namaste too
मल्टीनेशनल हो गया है.
has become multinational.
लोकल से ग्लोबल हो गया.
It has gone from being local to global.
और ये सब आपने किया
And
है.
it is you who have made this possible.
अपने दिल में भारत को बसा कर रखने वाले
It is the
हर भारतीय ने
achievement
किया है.
of all Indians
साथियों,
that have a place for India in their
यहाँ
heart.
आप
Friends,
इतनी दूर दूर
you
से आए
have
हैं.
all come here from such faraway places.
कुछ पुराने चेहरे हैं,
There are some familiar faces
कुछ नए चेहरे
and
हैं.
some new ones.
आपका यह प्यार,
Your love
ये मेरा बहुत बड़ा सौभाग्य है.
is my good fortune.
मुझे वो दिन याद आते
I
हैं
remember those days
जब मैं
when
पीएम भी नहीं था,
I was
सीएम भी
not
नहीं था,
prime minister, I was not even
नेता
chief
भी नहीं
minister,
था.
I wasn't even a leader.
उस समय एक जिज्ञासु के
I
तौर
had
पर
come here at
यहाँ
the
आप सबके
time.
बीच आया करता था.
I used to come here often at that
इस
time
धरती को
as
देखना,
someone curious, eager
इसे
to see this
समझना,
land, eager to understand this land.
मन में कितने ही
There were
सवाल लेकर के
so
आता था.
many questions that used to be in my mind.
जब मैं किसी पद पर नहीं था,
And when I had no official
उससे पहले
position,
भी
even before that,
मैं अमेरिका के करीब करीब 29 स्टेट्स में
I have taken
दौरा कर
part
चुका था.
and in programs and visited 29 states of America.
उसके बाद
After that,
जब मैं सीएम बना,
when I became chief minister,
तो टेक्नोलॉजी के माध्यम से
I was
आपके साथ जुड़ने का
also
सिलसिला जारी रहा.
able to connect with you several times through technology, and I have been doing so since.
पीएम रहते हुए
And when I was prime
मैंने
minister,
आपसे अपार स्नेह पाया है.
I received
अपनत्व
so
पाया.
much love from you, a sense of
2014
belonging.
में
In 2014,
मेडिसन स्क्वायर
at Madison Square,
2015 में
in 2015,
सैन होसे,
in San Jose,
2019 में
in 2019,
Houston,
in Houston,
2023 में
in 2023,
वाशिंगटन
in Washington,
और अब
and now
2024 में
in 2024
न्यूयॉर्क.
in New York.
और आप लोग
And
हर बार
each time
पिछला रिकॉर्ड तोड़ देते हैं.
you break the previous record.
साथियों, मैं हमेशा
Friends,
से आपके
I
सामर्थ्य
have
को,
always
भारतीय डायस्पोरा के सामर्थ्य को
understood your capabilities.
समझता रहा हूं.
I have always understood the capabilities
जब
of
मेरे
the
पास
Indian diaspora.
कोई सरकारी पद नहीं
When
था,
I held no official position,
तब भी समझता था
I understood it even then,
और आज भी समझता
and
हूं.
I understand it today.
आप सब
All of you
मेरे लिए हमेशा
are
से
for me and have
भारत
always
के
been for me
सबसे मजबूत
the strongest
ब्रांड एम्बेसडर रहे.
brand ambassadors of India.
और इसलिए मैं आप सबको
And that is why
राष्ट्रदूत कहता
I
हूं.
call all of you ambassadors of our country.
आपने अमेरिका को भारत से
You have connected
और भारत
America with India
को अमेरिका से
and
कनेक्ट किया है।
India with America.
आपका स्किल,
Your skills,
आपका टैलेंट,
your talent,
आपका कमिटमेंट,
your commitment,
इसका कोई मुकाबला नहीं है।
they are unparalleled.
आप 7 समंदर पार
You
भले आए
may
गए
well be living across the oceans now.
कोई समंदर इतना
However,
गहरा
there
नहीं
is no ocean so deep
जो दिल की गहराइयों में
that could
बसे
create
हिंदुस्तान को
distance
आपसे दूर
between
कर
you
सके।
and the India you have given a place to in the depths of your heart.
माँ भारती ने जो हमें सिखाया है वो
We can
हम कभी
never
भी
forget
भूल
what
नहीं सकते।
Mother India has taught us.
हम जहां भी जाते हैं
Wherever we go,
सबको परिवार मानकर उनसे घुल मिल
we
जाते हैं।
integrate well, considering everyone to be a
Diversity को
part of
समझना,
our family, understanding
diversity
diversity,
को जीना,
living diversity,
उसे अपने जीवन में उतारना,
incorporating it in our
ये
lives.
हमारे संस्कारों में है,
This is our
हमारी
culture.
रगों में है।
This runs in our veins.
हम उस देश के वासी हैं
We belong to a country
जहां सैकड़ों भाषाएं
where
हैं,
there are dozens and hundreds of languages,
सैकड़ों बोलियां हैं,
hundreds of dialects.
दुनिया के सारे मत
We
हैं,
have
पंथ
all the
हैं,
faiths and religions of the
फिर
world,
भी
and yet
हम एक बनकर,
we are
नेक
moving
बनकर
forward,
आगे बढ़ रहे हैं।
united.
यहाँ इस हॉल में ही देखिए,
You can see that in just this hall.
तमिल बोलता है,
Some people speak Tamil,
कोई तेलुगु,
some speak Telugu,
कोई मलयालम,
some speak Malayalam,
तो कोई कन्नड़ा,
some Kannada,
कोई पंजाबी,
some speak Punjabi,
तो कोई मराठी,
some Marathi,
और तो कोई गुजराती।
and some Gujarati.
भाषा अनेक है,
We speak different languages.
लेकिन
However,
भाव एक है,
the spirit is one,
और वो भाव है
and that spirit
भारत
is
माता की।
for Mother
वो भाव
India.
है
That
भारतीयता।
spirit is Indianness.
दुनिया के साथ जुड़ने के लिए ये हमारी सबसे
This
बड़ी
is our
strength है।
greatest strength to connect
सबसे बड़ी
with the
ताकत
world.
है। यही वैल्यूज
It is these values
हमें सहज रूप से
that
ही
easily make us
विश्व बंधु बनाती
Vishwa
है।
Bandhu, or friend of the world.
हमारे यहाँ कहा जाता है
In our country,
तेन तकतेन
it is said,
भुंजिथा,
Ten Tyakten Bhunjitha.
यानी
This means
जो त्याग करते हैं
it is those
वे
who
ही भोग
make
पाते हैं।
sacrifices that reap benefits.
हम दूसरों का भला करके,
It is by doing good to
त्याग
others,
करके सुख पाते
by
हैं।
making sacrifices, that we get
और हम
happiness.
किसी भी देश में रहे,
And whichever country we may be
ये
in,
भावना नहीं बदलती
this
है।
feeling, this spirit does not change.
हम जिस सोसाइटी में रहते हैं
वहां
In
ज्यादा से ज्यादा योगदान करते
whichever society we live, we
हैं।
make
अमेरिका में आपने
great contribution. Here
डॉक्टर्स के रूप
in
में,
America, as doctors,
रिसर्चर्स के रूप में,
researchers,
टेक प्रोफेशनल्स
as
के रूप में,
tech professionals,
साइंटिस्ट के रूप में,
as scientists,
या दूसरे
or
प्रोफेशंस में
as
जो
other
परचम लहराया
professionals.
हुआ
You
है,
have flown the flag
वो
high,
इसी का प्रतीक है।
and this is what it symbolizes.
अभी
Just recently,
कुछ समय पहले ही तो यहाँ
just a short while ago,
क्रिकेट वर्ल्ड
the
कप हुआ था।
T20 Cricket World Cup was organized here.
और यूएसए की टीम क्या
And
गजब
the
खेली।
USA team played incredibly well.
और उस टीम में यहाँ रह रहे
And
भारतीयों
the
का जो
contribution
योगदान
of
था,
Indians living
वो भी
here to
दुनिया
that
ने
team
देखा है।
is also what the world saw.
साथियों,
Friends,
दुनिया के लिए
for the world,
एआई का मतलब है
AI means
आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस।
artificial intelligence.
लेकिन मैं मानता
But I
हूँ
believe
कि एआई का
AI
मतलब है
also means
अमेरिकन,
the America,
इंडियन,
India spirit. American Indian.
अमेरिका, इंडिया,
America,
ये spirit
India.
है।
This is a spirit.
और वही तो नई दुनिया का
And
एआई पावर है।
this is the new AI power for the world.
यही एआई स्पिरिट
It is this AI spirit
भारत अमेरिका रिश्तों को
that
नई ऊंचाई दे
will
रहा है।
take India-America relations to new heights.
मैं आप सभी को, इंडियन डायस्पोरा को सैल्यूट करता हूं।
I salute all of you. I salute the Indian diaspora.
I salute you all.
I salute you all.
साथियों,
Friends,
मैं दुनिया में जहां भी जाता हूं,
wherever I go in the world,
हर लीडर के मुंह से
I hear
भारतीय डायस्पोरा की तारीफ ही
only
सुनता हूं।
praise from every leader about the Indian diaspora.
कल ही
Just yesterday,
प्रेसिडेंट बाइडेन मुझे
President Biden
डेलावेयर में
took
अपने घर ले
me
गए।
to his home in Delaware.
उनकी आत्मीयता,
His affection,
उनकी गर्मजोशी
his warmth,
मेरे लिए दिल छू लेने वाला
it
मोमेंट
was
था।
a moment that touched my heart.
ये सम्मान
This respect
140 करोड़
is
भारतीयों का है।
for 1.4 billion Indians.
ये सम्मान
This respect
आपका है,
is for you.
आपके पुरुषार्थ का है।
This respect is
ये
for your
सम्मान
achievements.
यहाँ रहने वाले
This respect
लाखों
is for
भारतीयों
the
का।
hundreds of thousands of Indians living here.
मैं प्रेसिडेंट बाइडेन का आभार करूंगा
I express my
और साथ
gratitude
ही
to President Biden,
आपका भी
and
आभार
at the
व्यक्त
same
करूंगा।
time, I express my gratitude to all of you as well.
साथियों,
Friends,
2024 का ये साल
this year, 2024,
पूरी दुनिया के लिए बहुत अहम
is
है।
a very important one for the entire
एक
world.
तरफ दुनिया के
On the one hand,
कई देशों के बीच
There are
संघर्ष है,
conflicts raging
तनाव
between
है,
several countries in the world. There is
तो
tension.
दूसरी तरफ
And on the other,
कई देशों में डेमोक्रेसी का जश्न चल
democracy
रहा
is being celebrated in several countries of the world.
भारत और अमेरिका
India and America
डेमोक्रेसी के इस जश्न में भी एक
are
साथ हैं।
also together in this celebration of democracy.
जहां अमेरिका में चुनाव होने वाले हैं,
Elections are about to be held here
भारत
in
में
America,
चुनाव हो चुके हैं,
and India has just had elections.
भारत में हुए ये इलेक्शन
The elections that were just held
ह्यूमन
in
हिस्ट्री के
India
अब तक के सबसे
were
बड़े
the
चुनाव थे।
biggest elections so far in human history.
आप कल्पना कर सकते हैं,
Just imagine,
अमेरिका की कुल आबादी से भी करीब 2 गुने
we
वोटर,
had almost
इतना ही नहीं,
double the number of
पूरे यूरोप
voters
की
than the total population of
कुल
America.
आबादी से
Not just
ज्यादा
that,
वोटर,
more voters than the entire population of
सारे
Europe.
लोगों ने
So many people
भारत में अपना वोट
cast
डाले।
their vote in India.
जब हम भारत की डेमोक्रेसी का उसका स्केल देखते हैं,
And when we see the scale of India's
भी गर्व
democracy, we are even more proud.
तीन महीने का पोलिंग प्रोसेस,
A 3-month-long polling process,
15 मिलियन यानी 1.5 करोड़ लोगों
15
का पोलिंग
million
स्टाफ,
people worked as polling staff,
1 मिलियन यानी 10 लाख से
over
ज्यादा
a million
पोलिंग
polling stations,
स्टेशन, 2,500 से ज्यादा पॉलिटिकल
over
पार्टी,
2,500 political parties,
8,000 से ज्यादा कैंडिडेट,
over 8,000 candidates,
अलग अलग भाषाओं के हजारों न्यूज़पेपर,
thousands of newspapers in different languages,
सैकड़ों रेडियो स्टेशन,
hundreds of radio stations,
सैकड़ों टीवी
hundreds
न्यूज़
of
चैनल,
TV news channels,
करोड़ों सोशल मीडिया
millions
अकाउंट,
of social media accounts,
लाखों सोशल मीडिया
hundreds of
चैनल,
thousands of social media channels.
ये सब
All of these
भारत की डेमोक्रेसी
make
को
India's
vibrant
democracy a vibrant one.
ये फ्रीडम ऑफ एक्सप्रेशन के विस्तार का दौर है।
This is a time when freedom of expression is gaining
इस लेवल
traction.
की स्क्रूटनी से होकर
It is this level of
हमारे
scrutiny
देश की चुनावी
that
प्रक्रिया
our
गुजरती है।
election process goes through
और
in our
साथियों,
country. And friends,
इस लंबी चुनावी
after
प्रक्रिया
going
से
through
गुजरकर
this tough election
बार
process,
भारत
this
में
long election
कुछ
process,
अभूतपूर्व
this
हुआ
time
है।
something unprecedented happened in India.
क्या हुआ है?
What happened?
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 अब की बार,
Once again,
अब की बार,
once again,
अब की बार,
once again,
साथियों,
friends,
तीसरी बार हमारी सरकार की
our
वापसी
government
हुई है।
was re-elected for the third time.
और ऐसा
And this
पिछले 60 सालों में
was
भारत में
the
नहीं हुआ था.
something that had not happened in India in the last 60 years.
भारत की जनता ने ये जो नया मैंडेट दिया है.
The people of India have given a
उसके
new
मायने
mandate,
बहुत है
and this mandate has great significance
और बहुत बड़े भी हैं.
and very great significance.
ये तीसरे टर्म में हमें बहुत बड़े लक्ष्य
During
साधने हैं.
my third term, I have very ambitious goals to achieve.
हमें 3 गुना ताकत और 3 गुना गति के साथ
We
आगे
have to
बढ़ना है.
move forward with 3 times the strength and 3 times the speed.
आपको एक शब्द याद रहेगा, पुष्प.
You may remember this word, pushpa.
हाँ, कमल मान लीजिए, मुझे
Yes,
इतना नहीं.
you can call it a lotus. I have no objection to that. Pushpa means flower.
पुष्प.
Pushpa, which means
और
flower.
मैं पुष्प को डिफाइन करता हूँ.
And I define pushpa
P
or
for
flower
progressive भारत.
as P for progressive India,
U for unstoppable भारत.
U for unstoppable India,
S for spiritual भारत.
S for spiritual India,
H for humanity first को
H
समर्पित भारत.
for humanity first, that India
P
has
for
dedicated
prosperous भारत.
itself to this principle. P for prosperous
यानी
India,
पुष्प.
that makes pushpa.
पुष्प की 5
All
पंखुड़ियों को
the
मिलाकर
5
ही
petals
विकसित
of
भारत
the
बनाएंगे.
pushpa or the flower will together create a developed India.
साथियों,
Friends,
मैं भारत
friends,
का पहला
I
प्रधानमंत्री
am the
हूँ
first Prime Minister
जिसका जन्म
of India
आजादी के बाद
to
हुआ.
be born in independent India.
आजादी के आंदोलन में करोड़ों भारतीयों
Millions
ने
of Indians
स्वराज के लिए जीवन खपा दिया.
sacrificed their lives to achieve self-government during our freedom struggle.
अपना हित नहीं,
They did not worry about their own interests.
अपने कंफर्ट जोन की चिंता
They
नहीं
did
की.
not care about their own comfort zone. They forgot
देश
all
की
that
आजादी के लिए
as they set out
सब कुछ भूलकर
to fight the British
अंग्रेजों से लड़ने चल
for
पड़े.
India's independence.
उस सफर में
In that journey,
किसी को फांसी का फंदा मिला,
some were hanged,
किसी के शरीर को गोलियों से भून दिया गया,
others faced bullets,
कोई यातनाएं सहते हुए जेल में ही
some
गुजर गया.
died in prison suffering
कईयों की
atrocities,
जवानी जिंदगी जेल में कब गई.
some spent their youth imprisoned
साथियों,
in prisons. Friends,
हम देश के लिए मर नहीं पाए,
we could not die for our country.
लेकिन हम
However,
देश के लिए जरूर जी सकते
we
हैं.
can definitely live for our country.
मरना हमारे नसीब नहीं था,
We were not
जीना
destined
हमारे
to
नसीब
die
है.
for our country, but we are destined to live.
पहले दिन से मेरा मन
My mind
और मेरा मिशन
and my mission
एकदम क्लियर.
have been absolutely clear from the very first day.
मैं स्वराज के लिए जीवन नहीं दे पाया,
I was not able to give my
लेकिन
life
मैंने तय किया
for self-government, but I
स्वराज और
decided
समृद्ध भारत के
that
लिए
I will
जीवन समर्पित
dedicate my life for good governance and for a prosperous India.
मेरे जीवन का एक बहुत बड़ा हिस्सा ऐसा रहा
So there was a very big part of my
जिसमें
life
मैं सालों साल
when
तक
for years together
पूरे देश में घूमता रहा,
I wandered across the country.
भटकता रहा, जहाँ खाना मिला
I ate
वहाँ खा लिया,
where I got food.
जहाँ सोने को मिला
I slept
वहाँ सो लिया,
where I could get a place to sleep.
समंदर के किनारे से लेकर
From
पहाड़ों
the
तक,
seashores to the mountains,
रेगिस्तान से लेकर
from
बर्फीली चोटियों
deserts
तक,
to snow-capped peaks.
मैं हर क्षेत्र के लोगों से मिला,
I have met people from every region
जाना,
of India. I have got to
समझा।
know them. I have understood them.
मैंने अपने देश के जीवन, अपने देश की संस्कृति,
I have experienced
अपने देश की
first-hand
चुनौतियों का
life in India,
फर्स्ट हैंड
India's
एक्सपीरियंस
culture, and India's challenges.
वो भी एक वक्त था
There was also a time
जब मैंने अपनी दिशा कुछ और तय की
when
थी,
I had chosen another path for
लेकिन
myself.
नियति ने मुझे
However,
राजनीति में पहुंचा दिया।
destiny brought me into politics.
कभी नहीं सोचा
I had never thought
कि एक दिन चीफ
that
मिनिस्टर बनूंगा,
one day I would become chief minister.
बना,
And when I became chief
तो
minister,
गुजरात का लॉन्गेस्ट सर्विंग चीफ
I
मिनिस्टर बन गया।
became Gujarat's longest serving chief minister.
13 साल तक गुजरात का चीफ मिनिस्टर रहा।
I remained the chief minister of Gujarat for
इसके बाद
13
लोगों ने
years.
प्रमोशन देकर
And
मुझे
after
प्राइम
that,
मिनिस्टर बना
people
दिया।
promoted me and made me prime minister.
लेकिन दशकों तक देश के कोने में जाकर
What
मैंने जो
I
सीखा है,
learned over decades after visiting
उसमें
every
चाहे राज्य
corner
हो
of
या
the
केंद्र,
country,
मेरे
it
सेवा के
is
मॉडल को,
those learnings that
मेरे गवर्नेंस के
shaped
मॉडल को
the governance
इतना सफल
models
बनाया।
of my government and made them so
पिछले 10
successful.
साल में
Over the last 10 years,
इस गवर्नेंस मॉडल की सफलता आपने देखी
you
है,
have seen the success of this governance
पूरी
model.
दुनिया ने देखी
The whole
है।
world has seen it.
और अब
And now,
देश के लोगों ने
the people of the
बहुत
country
बड़े भरोसे के
have
साथ
given me with a lot
मुझे
of confidence
ये तीसरा
this
टर्म सौंपा।
third term in office.
ये थर्ड टर्म में
During this third term,
मैं 3 गुना ज्यादा दायित्व बोध के साथ
I
आगे बढ़ रहा हूं।
am moving forward with 3 times
साथियों,
a sense of responsibility.
आज भारत
Friends,
दुनिया के सबसे युवा देशों में से एक
today
है।
India is one of the youngest countries in the world.
भारत एनर्जी से भरा हुआ है,
It is a country that is full
सपनों
of
से भरा
energy,
हुआ है।
full of dreams.
रोज नए कीर्तिमान,
Every day,
हर
new
रोज नई खबर।
achievements, new news every day.
आज ही
Today as well.
एक और बहुत अच्छी खबर मिली है।
I just got some very good news as well.
चेस ओलंपियाड में
In the chess
मेंस और
Olympiad,
वुमेन्स दोनों में
in both the men's
भारत को
and
गोल्ड मिला
women
है।
tournaments, India has won gold medals.
लेकिन एक और बात बताऊं, जब
However,
ज्यादा तालियां बजानी पड़ेगी।
I'm going to tell you something else and you'll have to applaud even more.
ये लगभग 100 साल के इतिहास में पहली बार हुआ
This is
है।
the first time this has happened in the history, in the last 100 years.
पूरे देश को, हर हिंदुस्तानी को
The entire country,
हमारे चेस
every
प्लेयर्स पर बहुत
Indian
गर्व है।
is very proud of our chess players.
एक और एआई है
There is
जो
another
भारत को ड्राइव
AI
कर रही है,
that is driving India.
और वो कौन सा और है?
And what is that other AI?
वो है
It is
for aspirational.
A for aspirational.
I for India.
I for India.
Aspirational India.
Aspirational India.
ये नया फोर्स है.
This is a new force.
नई ऊर्जा है.
It's a new energy.
आज करोड़ों भारतीयों की एस्पिरेशन
Today, the aspirations of millions of Indians are driving India's growth.
हर एस्पिरेशन नए अचीवमेंट को जन्म देती है.
Every achievement
और
gives.
हर अचीवमेंट
Every aspiration gives birth to new achievements, and every achievement becomes like fertilizer and water for new aspirations. Like it inspires new aspirations. In 10 years, India has gone from being the world's 10th largest economy to the 5th largest.
अब हर भारतीय चाहता है.
Now every Indian
भारत जल्दी से
would like India to become very soon the world's 3rd largest economy.
आज देश के एक बहुत बड़े वर्ग
Today,
की बेसिक नीड्स
the
पूरी हो रही है.
basic needs of a very big section of people in the country are being fulfilled. In the last 10 years, millions of Indians have been provided with facilities for clean cooking. They have clean drinking water reaching their homes through pipes. Electricity connections are now available to them at home. Millions of toilets have been built for them. Millions of people today want to improve the quality of their lives. Friends, now the people of India don't just want roads, they want wonderful expressways. Today, the people of India don't just want rail connectivity, they want high-speed trains. Every city in India expects to have a metro. Every city in India expects to have its own airport. Every citizen of the country would like to have world-class facilities in every village and every city. And we are seeing the result of this. In 2014, only 5 cities in India had a metro. Today, 23 cities have a metro. Today, the world's 2nd largest metro network is in India. And this is being expanded every day. Friends, in 2014, only 70 cities in India had airports. Today, over 140 cities have airports. In 2014, less than 100 village councils had broadband connectivity. Less than 100. Today, over 200,000 village councils have broadband connectivity. In 2014, there were 140 million consumers of LPG in India. Today,
310
There are
million
over
यानी
310
31 करोड़ से
million
ज्यादा
LPG
कंज्यूमर है
consumers in India.
जिस काम में पहले सालों
Work
लग जाते
that
थे
used to take years to get done earlier,
अब महीनों में
that
खत्म हो
is
रहा है
now being completed within months.
आज भारत के लोगों में
The people of India
एक आत्मविश्वास
today
है
have self-confidence.
एक संकल्प है
They have a resolve.
मंजिल तक पहुंचने का इरादा है
They have a desire to achieve their
भारत
goals.
में
In India,
डेवलपमेंट
development
एक पीपल्स
is
मूवमेंट
becoming a people's movement.
और हर भारतीय
And every Indian
विकास के इस मूवमेंट में
has become
बराबर का
an
पार्टनर बन गया
equal partner in this movement for development.
उसे भरोसा है भारत की
Every
सफलता
Indian has confidence in India's
भारत की
success,
उपलब्धियों पर
in India's achievements.
साथियों
Friends,
भारत आज लैंड ऑफ अपॉर्चुनिटीज
India
है
today is a land of opportunities.
अवसरों की धरती है
India is a land of opportunities.
अब भारत
India
अवसरों का इंतजार नहीं करता
is no longer waiting for opportunities to arise.
अवसरों का निर्माण
India
करता
is
है
creating opportunities.
बीते 10 साल में
In the last 10 years,
भारत ने हर सेक्टर में
India has created
अपॉर्चुनिटीज का
in
एक
every
नया
sector
लॉन्चिंग पैड तैयार किया
a new launch pad for
आप
opportunities.
देखिए सिर्फ एक
Just see,
दशक में
in
ही
just one decade,
और ये बात आप सबको गर्व देगी
and all of you are going to be very proud when you
सिर्फ
hear
एक
this,
दशक में
in
ही
just one decade,
25 करोड़ लोग
250 million
एक दशक
people
में ही
in just one decade,
25 करोड़ लोग
250 million
गरीबी से
people
बाहर निकले
have been lifted out of poverty.
ये कैसे हुआ
How did we achieve this?
ये इसलिए हुआ हमने पुरानी सोच
This was
बदली
possible because we changed
अप्रोच बदली
our old way of thinking, we changed our approach.
हमने गरीब को एम्पावर करने पर फोकस किया
We focused on empowering the poor.
50 करोड़ यानी 500 मिलियन से ज्यादा लोगों को
Connecting over 500
Banking system से
million
जोड़ा।
people to the banking system was an achievement of ours. We connected
55
500
करोड़
million
यानी
people to the banking system.
550 मिलियन से ज्यादा लोगों को 5
We
लाख रुपए
gave
तक
over
का
550
free
million
medical
people
treatment देना।
free medical treatment worth 500,000 rupees.
4 करोड़ यानी 40 मिलियन से ज्यादा फैमिली
We
को
built
पक्के घर
permanent
देना
homes for over 40 million families.
कोलेटरल फ्री लोन्स का सिस्टम बनाकर
We created a system for
करोड़ों
collateral
लोगों को
free
ease of
loans,
credit से
giving
जोड़ना।
millions of people ease of credit.
ऐसे अनेकों
A
काम
lot
हुए
of such work has been done.
तब इतने लोगों
It
ने
was then
खुद ने
that so many people
गरीबी को
could
हराया
themselves win the battle against poverty.
और वो गरीबी से निकल करके
And
आज
they came out of poverty.
यही नियो मिडिल
And
क्लास
it is this neo middle class
भारत
today
के डेवलपमेंट
that
को तेज
has
गति दे रहा है
it is giving momentum to India's development.
साथियों
Friends,
हमने वुमेन वेलफेयर के साथ ही
along with women's welfare,
women-led development
We
पर focus
also
किया।
focused on women-led development.
सरकार ने
The government
जो करोड़ों घर बनवाए,
had made millions of homes.
उनकी रजिस्ट्री
They were registered
महिलाओं के
in
नाम
the
हुई
names
है।
of women.
जो करोड़ों बैंक खाते खुले,
The millions of bank accounts that were
उसमें
open,
आधे से ज्यादा खाते
over half of them
महिलाओं के खाते खुले।
have been opened for women.
10 साल में
In 10 years,
भारत की 10 करोड़ महिलाएं
100 million women in India
माइक्रो एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप
have
स्कीम से जुड़ी
joined
हैं।
the micro entrepreneurship scheme.
मैं आपको एक और एग्जांपल देता
I
हूं।
will give you one other example.
हम भारत में
In India,
एग्रीकल्चर को
in the area of
टेक्नोलॉजी के साथ जोड़ने में
agriculture, we are
अनेक प्रयास
using technology. We are making a lot of efforts to use technology in agriculture.
खेती में,
And
किसानी में
for farming today,
भरपूर मात्रा में ड्रोन का
we
उपयोग
are using drones in a big way.
आज भारत में नजर आता है।
We can see a large number of drones being used in agriculture today.
शायद ड्रोन आपके लिए नई बात नहीं है,
And perhaps drones are not something
नई
new for
बात ये
you.
है
But what would be new for you
जिम्मेदारी
is,
कौन सा होता है
do you
पता
know who is responsible for using these
है?
drones?
ये रूरल विमेन के
It
पास
is
है।
the women of India, rural women.
हम हजारों महिलाओं को ड्रोन पायलट्स बना रहे हैं।
We are making thousands of women drone pilots.
एग्रीकल्चर में टेक्नोलॉजी का ये
The
बहुत बड़ा
massive
रिवॉल्यूशन
technological revolution
गांव
in
की
Indian
महिलाएं
agriculture
लेकर आ रही
will
हैं।
be brought in by these women from the villages.
साथियों,
Friends,
जो
the
एरियाज
areas
पहले
that were
neglected थे,
neglected earlier
वो
are
आज
today
देश
the
की
country's
प्रायोरिटी।
priority.
आज
And
भारत
today,
जितना कनेक्टेड है,
India is connected
पहले
like
कभी
never
नहीं रहा।
before.
आप हैरान
You will
होंगे,
be surprised
आज
that
भारत
today India's 5G market,
बताऊं,
do you want to know?
बुरा नहीं लगेगा ना?
I hope you don't feel bad.
आज
Today,
भारत
India's
का
5G market is
अमेरिका से भी
even
बड़ा
bigger
हो
than
चुका है।
America's.
और ये 2
And
साल
this
के
has happened
भीतर
only
भीतर
within
हुआ
2
है।
years.
अब तो
And
भारत
today, India is
Made in
working on
India
a Made in India
6G पर काम कर रहा है।
6G.
ये कैसे
And
हुआ?
how did this happen?
ये इसलिए
This
हुआ
happened
क्योंकि
because
हमने
we
इस सेक्टर को
formulated
आगे
policies
बढ़ाने
to
के लिए
advance
पॉलिसीज
this
बनाई।
sector.
हमने मेड इन
We
इंडिया
worked
टेक्नोलॉजी पर
on
काम
a
किया।
Made in India technology.
हमने सस्ते
We
डेटा
focused
पर मोबाइल फोन
on affordable data
मैन्युफैक्चरिंग पर फोकस किया।
and mobile phone
आज
manufacturing.
दुनिया का
Today,
करीब
almost
हर
every
बड़ा
big
मोबाइल
mobile
ब्रांड
phone brand of the
मेड इन
world
इंडिया
is
है।
made in India.
आज भारत
Today,
दुनिया
India
का
is the
दूसरा
world's
सबसे
second
बड़ा
largest
मोबाइल
mobile
मैन्युफैक्चरर है।
manufacturer.
एक जमाना था
There was a time,
मेरे आने से पहले
and this is before I came
जब हम
in, when
मोबाइल
we
इंपोर्टर
were
थे।
mobile
आज
importers,
हम
and today we have
मोबाइल
become
एक्सपोर्टर बन गए
mobile
हैं।
exporters.
साथियों,
My friends,
अब भारत पीछे नहीं चलता।
now India does not go backwards.
भारत
India
नई व्यवस्थाएं बनाता
is
है।
creating new
अब
arrangements,
भारत
and
नेतृत्व करता
India
है।
now takes over leadership.
भारत ने
India
डिजिटल पब्लिक
has
इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर
given
डीपीआई का
a
नया
new
कंसेप्ट
concept
दुनिया को
of
दिया
digital public infrastructure called DPI
डीपीआई
to
ने
the world.
इक्वेलिटी को प्रमोट किया है
DPI has promoted
ये करप्शन को
equality.
कम करने का भी बहुत बड़ा
It is
माध्यम बन
also
गया है
a significant means of
भारत
reducing
का
corruption.
यूपीआई
India's
आज
UPI
पूरी दुनिया
today
को
has the
आकर्षित कर रहा
attention
है
of the entire world.
आपकी जेब में वॉलेट है
You must have a wallet in your pocket.
लेकिन
But
भारत
the
में
people of
लोगों की
India
जेब के साथ
not
ही
only have a wallet in their
फोन में वॉलेट
pocket,
है
they also have a wallet in their phones.
ई वॉलेट
They
है
have e-wallets.
अनेक भारतीय अब अपने
Several
डॉक्यूमेंट्स
Indians no longer
फिजिकल
keep
फोल्डर्स
their
में नहीं रखते
documents in physical folders.
उनके पास डिजी
They have
लॉकर है
DigiLocker.
वो एयरपोर्ट पे
When they go
जाते
to the
हैं
airport,
तो डिजी
they
यात्रा से
travel
सीमलेस ट्रैवल
seamlessly
करते हैं
using DigiYatra.
ये डिजिटल पब्लिक
This
इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर
digital public infrastructure
जॉब्स
has
इनोवेशन
become
और इससे जुड़ी हर टेक्नोलॉजी का
a launching pad for
पैड बन
jobs,
गया
innovation, and all technologies related to
साथियों
it. Friends,
भारत
there
भारत
is
रुकने
no
वाला
stopping
नहीं है
India now.
भारत अब
India
थमने वाला
will
नहीं
not
है
stop.
भारत चाहता
India
है
wants
दुनिया में
that
ज्यादा से
maximum
ज्यादा डिवाइस
devices in the world
मेड इन
work
इंडिया
on
चिप पर
made
चले
in India chips.
हमने
We have
सेमीकंडक्टर
started
सेक्टर को
work
भी भारत
on
के
making
तेज
the
ग्रोथ का आधार
semiconductor
बनाया
sector also a
पिछले
base
साल
of
जून
India's
में
fast development. Last
भारत
year in
ने
June, India
सेमीकंडक्टर सेक्टर के लिए
announced
इंसेंटिव घोषित
incentives
किए
for the semiconductor industry.
इसके कुछ ही महीनों बाद
And just within a few months of this
माइक्रोन की
announcement,
पहली
the
सेमीकंडक्टर
foundation laying
यूनिट का
ceremony
शिलान्यास भी हो
of
गया
Micron, its first semiconductor unit, was held.
अब तक भारत में
And so far in
ऐसी
India,
5
5
यूनिट
such units
स्वीकृत हो
have
चुकी
been approved across India.
वो दिन दूर नहीं
And in
जब
not
आप
very far future,
मेड इन इंडिया
you
चिप
will see made in
यहाँ
India
अमेरिका
chips
में
here
भी
in
देखेंगे
America.
ये छोटी
This
सी चिप
tiny chip
विकसित भारत की उड़ान को
will be
नई ऊंचाई पर ले जाएगी
something that takes the flight of
और
Viksit
ये
Bharat to newer heights. And this
मोदी की
is
गारंटी
Modi's
है
guarantee.
साथियों
Friends,
आज भारत में
today,
रिफॉर्म्स के लिए
for reforms,
जो कन्विक्शन
the
जो कमिटमेंट
conviction,
है
the commitment that you see in
वो
India
अभूतपूर्व है
is unprecedented.
हमारा ग्रीन एनर्जी ट्रांजिशन
Our
प्रोग्राम
green energy transition
इसका बहुत
program
बड़ा उदाहरण है
is a very big example
दुनिया
of
की
this.
17%
We
population
represent
होने के
about
बावजूद
17% of the world's population, and
ग्लोबल
despite
कार्बन
that,
एमिशन
our
में
contribution to global
भारत
carbon
की
emission
हिस्सेदारी
is
सिर्फ
about or
4%
only
है
4%.
दुनिया को बर्बाद करने में हमारा कोई
We
रोल नहीं
have
है
no role in causing destruction to the world.
पूरी दुनिया की तुलना में
When compared to the entire world,
एक तरह से
in a sense,
यानी कह सकते हैं ना
in
के
fact,
बराबर
our
है
carbon emission is almost negligible.
हम भी सिर्फ
We could also
कार्बन फ्यूल
have burned
जलाकर
only carbon fuel
अपनी ग्रोथ को सपोर्ट
and
कर
supported
सकते
our
थे,
growth.
लेकिन हमने
But
ग्रीन ट्रांजिशन का
we
रास्ता चुना।
chose the path for green transition.
प्रकृति प्रेम के हमारे संस्कारों ने हमें
It
गाइड
is
किया।
our tradition for the love
इसलिए
of nature that guided us.
सोलर,
And that is why
विंड,
we
हाइड्रो,
are focusing on
ग्रीन हाइड्रोजन
solar,
और
wind,
न्यूक्लियर
hydro,
एनर्जी
green
पर इन्वेस्टमेंट कर
hydrogen,
रहे हैं।
and nuclear energy areas on which we're carrying out investment.
आप देखिए
You will
भारत
see that India
G20 का ऐसा देश
is
है
a G20
जिसने
nation that
पेरिस
is the
क्लाइमेट गोल्स
first
को
to achieve
सबसे पहले
its
पूरा कर
Paris
दिया।
climate goals.
2014 के बाद से
After
भारत ने अपनी
2014, India
सोलर
has
एनर्जी
increased its
इंस्टॉल
solar
कैपेसिटी
energy
को
installed capacity
30 गुना से ज्यादा
30
बढ़ाया
fold.
है। हम देश के हर घर
We
को
want
सोलर पावर होम
to
बनाने में
make
जुटे हैं।
every house in India a solar powered
इसके
house.
लिए
And for this, we
रूफटॉप
have
सोलर
launched
का
a
बहुत बड़ा
massive
मिशन हमने शुरू
rooftop
किया।
solar mission.
आज हमारे
Today,
रेलवे स्टेशन
our
और
railway
एयरपोर्ट
stations and airports
सोलराइज हो
are
रहे हैं।
getting solarized.
भारत
India
घरों से
is
लेकर
on
सड़कों
the
तक
path of
एनर्जी
energy efficient lighting from homes to roads.
इन सारे
And
प्रयासों
all
से
these efforts
भारत
are
भारत में बहुत बड़ी
creating
संख्या में
a large number
ग्रीन
of
जॉब पैदा
green
हो रहे
jobs
हैं।
in India.
साथियों,
Friends,
21वीं सदी का भारत
the India of the
एजुकेशन,
21st century
स्किल, रिसर्च
is
और इनोवेशन के दम पर आगे बढ़ रहा है।
is surging ahead on the basis of education, skill, research, and innovation.
आप सभी
All of you
नालंदा यूनिवर्सिटी के नाम से परिचित हैं।
are aware of the name the Nalanda University.
कुछ समय पहले ही
Only a short while ago,
भारत की प्राचीन नालंदा
a
यूनिवर्सिटी
new avatar
नए
of
अवतार में
India's
सामने आई
ancient
है।
Nalanda University was unveiled.
आज
And today,
सिर्फ यूनिवर्सिटी को ही
India's
नहीं,
goal is not just to
बल्कि
revive this ancient
नालंदा
university,
स्पिरिट
but
को भी
also
रिवाइव
to
कर रहा
revive
है।
the spirit of Nalanda.
पूरी दुनिया के स्टूडेंट्स
Students
भारत
from
आकर
all
पढ़ें,
across the world must come to
इस तरह
India
का
and
आधुनिक
study.
इकोनॉमिक सिस्टम बना रहे हैं।
This is a kind of
बीते 10 साल में
modern educational ecosystem that we are
भारत
creating
में
in the last 10 years
ये भी जरा आप
in
लोगों
India.
को
And this
याद रखने
is
जैसी बात
something,
बताता हूँ।
you must remember.
बीते 10 साल में
In the last 10 years,
भारत में
in
हर
India,
सप्ताह
every week,
एक
a
यूनिवर्सिटी बनी
new
है।
university has been set up.
हर दिन
Every day,
2 नए
2 new
कॉलेज बने हैं।
colleges have been set up.
हर दिन
Every
एक
day,
नई
one
ITI
new
की स्थापना हुई
ITI
है।
is being set up.
10 साल में
In the 10 years
ट्रिपल
that you
आईटी की
saw,
संख्या 9 से बढ़कर
the
25 हो
number
चुकी है।
of IIITs has grown from 9
IIMs
to
की संख्या
25. The
13
number of
से बढ़कर
IIMs
21
has
हो
grown
चुकी है।
from 13 to 21.
एम्स की
The
संख्या
number of
3 गुना
AIMS has
बढ़कर
grown
22 हो चुकी है।
threefold to 22.
10 साल
In
में
10
मेडिकल
years, the
कॉलेजों की
number of
संख्या भी
medical
लगभग
colleges has also
2 हो चुकी है।
almost doubled.
टॉप ग्लोबल यूनिवर्सिटी भी आज
The
भारत आ रहे हैं।
top
भारत का नाम है।
global universities
अभी
are
तक
now coming
दुनिया
to
ने
India.
भारत के
So far, the world
डिजाइनर्स का दम
had
देखा।
seen the prowess of Indian
अब
designers, and today
दुनिया
the world will
डिजाइन
see
इन
the
इंडिया का
power
जलवा
and charisma
देखेगी।
of design in India.
साथियों,
Friends,
आज हमारी साझेदारी
Our partnership
पूरी दुनिया
today
के साथ बढ़ रही
is
है।
with the entire world and it is
पहले
growing.
भारत
Earlier,
सबसे
India
समान
had
दूरी की
adopted a
नीति
policy
पर
of keeping
चलता था,
equal distance from all.
इक्वल डिस्टेंस।
Keep an equal distance.
अब भारत
And today,
सबसे
India has adopted a
समान
policy of
नजदीकी की
equal
नीति पर चल
closeness
रहा है।
with all.
हम ग्लोबल
We
साउथ की भी
are also
बुलंद
a
आवाज बन
strong
रहे हैं।
voice of the global south.
आपने देखा
You
होगा
must have noticed
भारत की
on
पहल
India's
पर
initiative
G20 समिट में
during the G20 summit,
अफ्रीकन
the
यूनियन
African
को स्थायी
Union got
सदस्यता मिली।
permanent membership.
आज जब भारत
Today,
ग्लोबल
when
प्लेटफॉर्म
India
पर
says
कुछ
something
कहता
at a
है
global platform,
तो
the
दुनिया
world
सुनती है।
listens.
कुछ समय पहले
Some time ago,
जब मैंने कहा
when I said
this
this
is
is
not
not
the
the
era
era
of
of
war,
war,
तो उसकी गंभीरता
the
सबने समझी।
severity and the seriousness was understood by all.
साथियों,
Friends,
आज दुनिया में कहीं भी संकट आए,
whenever in the world there is a
भारत
crisis,
फर्स्ट
India has
रिस्पॉन्डर
come
के रूप में
forward
सामने
as
आता।
a first responder.
कोरोना के समय में हमने
During Corona, we
150
sent
से ज्यादा
vaccines
देशों को
and medicines
वैक्सीन और दवाइयां भेजी।
to more than 150 countries.
कहीं भूकंप
If
आए,
there is an earthquake somewhere,
कहीं साइक्लोन
or
आए,
a cyclone somewhere,
कहीं गृह युद्ध हो,
or a civil war somewhere,
मदद के लिए
we
सबसे
are the
पहले
first to
पहुंचते।
arrive with help.
यही हमारे पुरखों की सीख
This
है,
is what we have
यही
learned from our
हमारे संस्कार।
ancestors, and this is our culture.
साथियों,
Friends,
आज का भारत
the India of today
दुनिया में
is
एक
emerging
नए
as a
कैटलिक
new
एजेंट के रूप
catalytic
पर उभर
agent
रहा है।
in the world.
और इसका
And the
प्रभाव
impact
हर
of this
सेक्टर में
will be
दिखेगा।
visible in every sector.
ग्लोबल ग्रोथ के
In
प्रोसेस को
order to
तेज करने के लिए
accelerate the process of global growth,
भारत का रोल अहम
India's
होगा।
role will be crucial.
ग्लोबल पीस
In
के
order
प्रोसेस को
to
तेज करने
accelerate the
के लिए
global peace process,
भारत का
India's
रोल
role
अहम
will
होगा।
be crucial.
ग्लोबल
In order
क्लाइमेट
to
एक्शन
speed
को
up global
स्पीड अप करने
climate
में
action,
भारत का रोल
India's role
अहम
will be
होगा।
crucial. In
ग्लोबल
order to
स्किल
reduce
गैप
the
को
global
दूर
skill
करने में
gap,
भारत
India's
का रोल
role
अहम
will
होगा।
be crucial. In
ग्लोबल
order to
इनोवेशंस को
give
नई दिशा
new
देने
direction
में
to global innovation,
भारत का रोल
India's
अहम
role
होगा।
will be crucial. In
ग्लोबल
order to
सप्लाई
bring
चेन में
stability
स्टेबिलिटी के
and
लिए
trust in
भारत
global
का
supply and
भूमिका
value
अहम
chains,
होगा।
India's role will be
साथियों,
crucial. Friends,
भारत के लिए
for India,
शक्ति और सामर्थ्य का अर्थ है
when you talk about
भारत के लिए
power and capability,
शक्ति और
I say
सामर्थ्य
once
का
again,
अर्थ
for
है
India, the meaning of power and strength
ज्ञानाय
is Jnanaya,
दानाय
Danaya,
च
Cha
रक्षणाय।
Rakshanaya.
यानी
This means
knowledge is for
is
sharing,
for sharing, wealth
is for caring,
is for caring,
power
and power
is for
is
protecting.
for protecting.
इसलिए
And that is why
भारत की प्राथमिकता
India's priority
दुनिया में
is not
अपना
to
दबाव
increase its
बढ़ाने की
pressure
नहीं,
on the world,
अपना प्रभाव
not
बढ़ाने
to
की।
increase its influence in the world.
हम आग की तरह जलाने वाले नहीं, हम सूरज
We
के
don't
किरण
burn
की
like
तरह रोशनी
fire.
देने
We
वाले
are
लोग हैं।
like the sun that give brightness.
हम विश्व पर अपना
We do
दबदबा
not
नहीं
seek
चाहते,
our dominance in the
हम
world.
विश्व की
We want
समृद्धि
to
में
help
अपना सहयोग बढ़ाना चाहते हैं।
in the prosperity of the world.
योग को बढ़ावा
Whether
देना
it
हो,
is promoting yoga,
superfood
whether it
millets
is
को
promoting
बढ़ावा
superfood
देना हो,
millets,
mission
whether it
life
is the vision
यानी
of Mission
lifestyle for
Life, which
environment का
stands
vision
for
हो,
lifestyle for environment.
भारत
India
GDP
is
centric growth
priority
के
to
साथ
not
ही
only a GDP-centric growth,
human
but
centric growth
also
को भी प्राथमिकता दे
a
रहा है।
human-centric growth.
मेरा
I
आपसे
have
भी
a
आग्रह
request
है,
for all of you.
यहाँ मिशन
Please
लाइफ को
promote Mission
ज्यादा
Life
से ज्यादा
here
प्रमोट करिए।
as much as possible.
हम अपनी लाइफस्टाइल में
By
थोड़े
making
से
just a
बदलाव
few
करके
changes
भी
in our lifestyle, we
पर्यावरण
can
की
help
बहुत
the
मदद कर
environment
सकते हैं।
tremendously.
शायद आपने सुना
You
होगा
must have heard,
और हो सकता है
and
आप में से
maybe
कुछ लोगों ने
that some
इनिशिएटिव
of
लिया
you
भी हो।
have also taken the initiative.
आजकल भारत में
These days
एक
in
पेड़ माँ
India,
के
we
नाम
have launched a massive campaign
अपनी
called
माँ को
Ek
याद करते
Peड़
हुए एक
Maa
पेड़
Ke
लगाना।
Naam, which means you
माँ
remember
जिंदा
your
है तो
mother
साथ ले जाना,
and plant a
माँ
tree.
नहीं है तो तस्वीर ले
If you are
जाना।
those lucky people
एक
whose mother
पेड़
is
माँ
around,
के
take
नाम
your mom
लगाने
with
का
you
अभियान
and plant a
आज
tree.
देश के हर कोने कोने
This
में चल
massive
रहा है।
campaign is now being implemented
और
all
मैं
across
चाहूंगा
the country, and I would like
आप सभी यहाँ भी
you all
ऐसा
to
अभियान चलाएं।
execute this campaign here also.
ये हमारी
This
जन्मदाता
will
माँ
bring glory
और धरती
to
माँ
all our birth
दोनों का
mother
यश
and
बढ़ाएगा।
Mother Earth.
साथियों,
Friends,
आज का भारत
the India of
बड़े
today
सपने देखता है,
dreams big dreams.
बड़े सपनों का पीछा
It
करता
chases
है।
big dreams.
अभी कुछ दिन पहले
Only
ही
a few days ago,
पेरिस
the
ओलंपिक
Paris
खत्म हुए।
Olympics were concluded.
अगले ओलंपिक
The host
का होस्ट
for the next Olympics
USA
is
है।
USA.
जल्द ही
But very soon,
आप भारत में भी
you will witness
ओलंपिक्स के
Olympics
साक्षी बनेंगे।
in India too.
हम 2036 के
We are putting
ओलंपिक्स की
all
मेजबानी
possible
के लिए
efforts
हर
to host
संभव
the
प्रयास कर रहे हैं।
2036 Olympics.
स्पोर्ट्स हो,
Whether it is sports
बिजनेस हो,
or business,
या फिर
or whether it
एनवायरनमेंट,
is
एंटरटेनमेंट,
entertainment.
आज भारत
Today,
बहुत
India
बड़े
is an
आकर्षण का केंद्र
exceedingly
है।
attractive destination.
आज आईपीएल जैसी
Today,
भारत की लीग
Indian leagues such as the IPL
दुनिया की
is
टॉप
amongst the
लीग्स
top
में से
leagues
एक
in
है।
the world.
भारत की
Indian
फिल्में
movies
ग्लोबली
are a
धूम मचा
rage
रही है।
globally.
भारत
And
आज
today, India
ग्लोबल टूरिज्म में भी
is
परचम
also
लहरा
emerging
रहा
as
है।
a major attraction for global
दुनिया के अलग
tourism.
अलग देशों में
There is
भारत के त्योहार मनाने
almost
की
like
होड़
a
है।
competition to celebrate Indian festivals
मैं
all
देख
across
रहा
the
हूँ इन
world.
दिनों हर
And I can
शहर
see
में
that in every
लोग
city,
नवरात्रि का गरबा
people
सीख रहे हैं।
are actually learning the Garba, getting ready for Navratri.
ये भारत के प्रति
This
उनका
is
प्यार
their love
है।
for India.
साथियों,
Friends,
आज हर देश
today
भारत को ज्यादा से
every
ज्यादा समझना
country
चाहता है।
wants to understand
जानना
India
चाहता
more and more. It wants to know
है।
India.
आपको एक और बात जानकर
And
खुशी होगी,
you will be very happy to learn
कल
one more
ही
thing. Just yesterday,
अमेरिका ने
America
हमारे
has
करीब
returned around
300
300
पुराने
of
जो शिलालेख
our
और
old
मूर्तियां थी,
inscriptions and
जो कभी
sculptures.
हिंदुस्तान से कोई चोरी
Once
कर गया
upon a
होगा,
time, somebody might have stolen it from India.
कोई 1500 साल पुरानी,
Maybe
कोई
about
2000
some
साल
of them are
पुरानी
1500 years old or 2000 years
300
old. So we had 300
शिलालेख और
such old
मूर्तियां
inscriptions and
भारत को
sculptures
लौटाई।
which were returned by America to India.
अभी तक
And so far,
अमेरिका
America
ऐसे
has
लगभग
returned approximately 500 such
भारत को
pieces of
लौटा चुका
heritage to us, to India.
ये कोई छोटी सी
This
चीज लौटाने का विषय
is
नहीं है
not merely a matter of returning something
हमारी
small. This shows
हजारों वर्षों की
respect
विरासत
for
का
our
सम्मान
thousands of year-old legacy.
ये भारत का सम्मान है
This is
और ये
a respect for India,
आपका भी
and
सम्मान है
this is also a respect of you all here.
मैं अमेरिका की सरकार का इसके लिए बहुत
I
आभारी हूँ
thank the government of America for this. Friends,
भारत और अमेरिका की पार्टनरशिप
India-America partnership
लगातार मजबूत हो रही है
has been continuously
हमारी पार्टनरशिप
growing and getting stronger. Our
ग्लोबल
partnership
गुड के लिए
is for global good.
हम हर क्षेत्र में सहयोग बढ़ा रहे हैं
We are enhancing
और
our
इसमें
cooperation in every possible sector,
आपकी सहूलियत
and
का भी ध्यान है
we make sure for your convenience also.
मैंने पिछले साल
Last year,
ये घोषणा की
I had
थी
announced
कि
that
सिएटल में
our government will
हमारी
open a
सरकार
new
का नया
consulate
कॉन्सुलेट
in
खुलेगी
Seattle.
अब ये
This
कॉन्सुलेट
consulate
शुरू हो
is
चुका
now
है
operational.
मैंने
I
दो और
had
कॉन्सुलेट
sought
खोलने के लिए
suggestions from
आपके
you
सुझाव मांगे
for
थे
2 more consulates.
मुझे
I
आपको
am
ये बताते
happy
हुए
to
खुशी
announce
है कि
that
आपके सुझावों के बाद
after having
भारत ने
reviewed your suggestions,
बोस्टन
India has decided
और लॉस
to
एंजलिस
open
में
2 new consulates in Boston and Los
दो
Angeles.
नए
2
कॉन्सुलेट
new
खोलने का
consulates
निर्णय
are
लिया
being
है
opened by India in the US.
मुझे
I
यूनिवर्सिटी
am
ऑफ
also pleased to
ह्यूस्टन में
announce that at the University of
तिरुवल्लुवर
Houston,
चेयर ऑफ तमिल
a
स्टडीज को
Thiruvalluvar Chair of Tamil Studies
अनाउंस करने की भी खुशी है
will be set up.
इससे
This
महान
will
तमिल
further
संत
help
तिरुवल्लुवर
in
का
conveying to
दर्शन
the world the
दुनिया
philosophy
तक
of the
पहुंचाने में
great Tamilian
और मदद
saint
मिलेगी
Thiruvalluvar.
साथियों
Friends,
आपका ये
today's
आयोजन
program today
वाकई
is indeed
शानदार रहा
spectacular.
यहाँ जो
The
कल्चरल
cultural
प्रोग्राम हुआ
program that was
वो
held
अद्भुत
here
था
was incredible.
मुझे ये भी बताया गया
I
है
was also told
कि इस इवेंट
that
के लिए
there
हजारों लोग
were
और भी आना
thousands of
चाहते थे
people who were keen on
लेकिन
participating in this event,
वेन्यू छोटा पड़ गया
but the venue was too small.
जिन साथियों से
All the friends
मैं यहाँ मिल नहीं
that
पाया
I was unable to meet here
उनसे
this
मैं
time,
क्षमा चाहता हूँ
my sincerest
उन
apologies to you
सभी से
all. And
अगली बार
I
मुलाकात
am
होगी
sure I will meet them next time,
किसी और दिन
another day,
किसी
at
और
another
वेन्यू
venue.
पर लेकिन मैं
But I
जानता हूँ
know the
उत्साह ऐसा ही
excitement will
होगा
be the same as here.
जोश ऐसा
The
ही होगा
enthusiasm will be the same.
आप
I wish
ऐसे ही स्वस्थ
you
रहें
stay healthy,
समृद्ध रहें
stay prosperous,
भारत
and
अमेरिका
that
दोस्ती
you
को
keep strengthening
ऐसे ही
India
मजबूत करते
America
रहें
friendship.
इसी
And
कामना
with
के
this
साथ
wish,
आप
I
सभी का बहुत
thank
बहुत
you
धन्यवाद
all.
मेरे
Thank
साथ
you
बोलिए
very much.
भारत
Join
माता
me
की
and say, Hail Mother India.
भारत माता की भारत माता की बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद
Thank you.
Thank you, Maya. Thank you.
And we're back here live at Nassau Coliseum after Prime Minister Modi's speech. I'm joined by Jennifer Rajkumar, the only political figure really that has made a presence here, the only elected official. At least this was a decidedly non-political event, but we are in your home area, so I'm really glad you could join us here right after the broadcast. Just give me a sense of you have been part of this community for such a long time, but now as an elected leader, and for those of you that watch our programming, we've been covering stuff. I mean, you were a political analyst back in 2016. Give me your perspective on this event taking place here in 2020-24 after all of this development between the U.S. and India.
This is a big moment for the Indian American community. You can feel the enthusiasm right here in this Coliseum here in New York. As the first Indian American woman elected to New York State office, this is a proud moment for the community because you see us as an Indian community becoming very, very powerful in politics. We are on the rise. And this moment, this trip by the Prime Minister is a part of that.
So you got here, a lot of security to get in this venue this week. Take me through. You got the UN here in New York all week. What is it like when you have global leaders come? And obviously, I'm sure they're courting you to come to their events. Take me through the next couple of days here, because the Prime Minister will be speaking at the United Nations.
Well, it's true. Kamala Harris is here as we speak. And I have a double who's at her event as well at the same moment that Prime Minister Modi is here. So this is New York. We are the global capital, and everybody comes here. It's a very exciting place to be elected to office right now.
And of course, President Trump was speaking in this venue just a couple of days ago. So, but they did not have either candidate come here. They did not, from what I know as of right now, Prime Minister Modi is not meeting Harris or Trump on this trip, which is, I think, interesting. I think they're kind of staying away from that. And of course, President Biden had the Quad Summit yesterday in Delaware. Give folks some context about the Quad and the burgeoning U.S.-India relationship. I mean, tell me in terms of New York State politics. We hear about things a little bit on the federal level. I'm in California, so I hear a lot of stuff on the ground in California. Tell me what you're doing in New York State when it comes to U.S.-India relations.
So last year, we made history when I made Diwali a school holiday in the city of New York. So the nation's largest school jurisdiction will now close on Diwali. This is an achievement that will outlive even me. And I'm very excited to leave this legacy for future generations, to really put the Hindu American community on the map. And we're all looking. The Quad Summit was really fascinating. The cancer moonshot they committed to ending cancer. And also Prime Minister Modi wants to make India a developed nation by 2047. So these are huge goals, and they're very exciting goals.
Now, take me through what's next for you. I mean, you're right now in the assembly, but I understand another election's on the horizon. Tell us about your run for comptroller.
Yes, I have announced my run for the comptroller of the city of New York. I will control the money in the largest municipal economy in the world. And I'm very excited to preside over a $270 billion pension fund and to make the greatest city in the world work more efficiently. That's my goal. So I've announced the campaign. We are off to an incredible start. There's huge momentum from the Indian community. I'll be the first South Asian American ever elected to this position.
Well, there's a lot of people listening right now that want to get investment advice from you. So maybe you could probably offline that. But we look forward to seeing how you progress in that race. We always appreciate your time. We know there's a lot of demands on your time, especially I know a little bit from the Bay Area when you're like the first Indian American elected in New York State. They come to you for all kinds of constituent needs. So I understand the demands are intense, but congratulations on your success. I mean, back in 2016, Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump squared off, and we were there that night. And here we have Kamala Harris and Donald Trump. Really an amazing transition and progress over these last few years.
It really is. And I loved coming on Diya TV. I will always prioritize you number one because what the service,
save that soundbite.
The service Diya TV does for the community is really incredible. And I was with you on 2016 election night. We were in front of the Trump headquarters. It was not what we expected. But here we are in 2024, and we may see the first woman president of the United States.
Well, a lot has happened since then, and that's what's remarkable. From Madison Square Garden to Silicon Valley to Howdy Modi in Houston to this event. I mean, there's been quite an evolution, and you're part of that. So, Jennifer, as always, thank you for dropping by. Really appreciate it, and get to the next event you got to get to.
Okay, sounds good.
Thanks a lot, Jennifer Rushmore. You can just step off. I'll take that from you. We're going to bring on another gentleman who actually is going to give us a lot about U.S. and India. And come on in here. It's Ashok Mago from Dallas. If you're from Texas, you know who this man is because he's rolling with the governors and he's hanging out with all the folks. And we wanted to bring some broad context. It's because this is a diaspora event, and you have people from all over the country that have come here to convene here at this Coliseum in Long Island. You have been heavily involved in U.S.-India relations. We don't see your name and face in a lot of the magazines, but those of us who are involved in documenting this relationship know that you've been a part of these things. So talk about this particular diaspora event. I know you've been involved in other events. Prime Minister Modi came to Washington, D.C. last year. There was an event in connection with that. So just talk about what you've seen all these decades and where we are today.
Well, this event is just like any other prime minister has done. He is always energetic, passionate, powerful. He gave us a message in very clear terms, what he has done in the last 10 years and what he plans to do the next 5 years. I think India has achieved a whole lot more in the last 10 years than the previous 50 years. I moved to USA in 1974, 50 years ago. Left Delhi, landed in Dallas. So Dallas is my home, and I am proud to be a Texan. The economy of the area where I live is a $700 billion economy. If it was an independent country, it will be the 27th largest. Texas economy is bigger than of Russia. So when Prime Minister came to Houston, I think that was the largest crowd ever, more than 60,000 people. And President Trump came there. Quite a few senators and congressmen came, and it was a great event. I think his focus is to take India global. He is not satisfied just having India's name in Asia. He wants it everywhere, and it's happening. And the Indian diaspora has a lot to do with it. It's, I think he has mentioned that number of times. Without the Indian diaspora, India wouldn't be getting all the credit they are between US and India. I got involved when Ambassador San one day thought of having an idea of lifting that ban which was imposed on India when they exploded the first atomic test. That was a task nobody ever thought will be successful. From Texas, we provided 1/3 of the co-sponsor for that bill. Ambassador San used to call me every other day, Ashok, need more co-sponsors. I said, Ambassador, have given you more than New York, California, Illinois, all those guys put together. He said, no, need more. Okay. So finally, it was such a struggle. Prime Minister Manmohan Singh in India was facing challenges in the parliament. George Bush was facing in USA. But he had given instructions to Condi Rice, it has to be done. 45 nations had to agree to it, 45 nations, including China. I think India and Indians should never forget that, because without lifting that ban, India still wouldn't be able to use the nuclear programs they have. The other thing in my journey I did was help create India caucus in the US Senate. And India is the only country which has a caucus in the Senate. No other country has. Took Senator Cornyn to India. AJ was with us, Monica, my wife, his wife. We spent about 10 days driving from Delhi to Agra. Started the discussion. Senator, we should have a caucus in the US Senate. Spent about 30 minutes. He said, well, I get the message. When I go back, I will send a letter to my colleagues. So he invited Hillary Clinton to be the co-chair. He said she is the former First Lady. It will be good to have her. So on the last day of Ambassador Lalit Mansingh's tenure, it was officially announced on the Capitol Hill with 29 members, the creation of caucus in the Senate. I think those two events, every ambassador wants something like that, but it's not there. But no, I'm proud of being part of these things, and particularly the way things have changed in India. We created a chamber, US-India Chamber. We are celebrating our 25th anniversary, and we have connected a lot of businesses from Dallas-Fort Worth to India. So I think I may keep going for the next 2 hours.
Well, I mean, we don't have that much time, but I will say, I do think it's very important to talk about the history and how we got here, because I think there's a lot of folks that are kind of Johnny come latelys to the relationship, and it didn't always have spectacular shows organized by volunteers. I mean, that I think is something that should be emphasized. This entire program, 15,000 people at an arena, Secret Service, this was all done by volunteers. I mean, really an amazing effort. And it's guys like you that have been forging the relationship for 50 years.
I requested Prime Minister when I met at lunch, please come to Dallas. You will see what Dallas is all about. We will fill up the AT&T Stadium, which is 100,000 people. So he says, well, आएंगे. So,
is that breaking news there?
Well, it's the fun part I had with him was when I said, I am a Punjabi Gujarati. He looks at me, what is Punjabi Gujarati? I said, I am a Punjabi and I am born in a city called Gujarat. So my passport is the only one which says place of birth Gujarat. Even US doesn't. Because there is a city near Lahore called Gujarat. So that's where I was born, undivided India.
Unbelievable.
So he remembers Punjabi Gujarati. So,
Indeed.
But no, just like everybody, we want to do the best we can to build stronger relations between US and India. And hopefully I will be meeting with Dr. Jaishankar. He has agreed to. I'm waiting for his call. When can I come and see him? He always gives me time. Whenever I go to New Delhi, he always meet with me. First event happened when he was ambassador. When Prime Minister came, he was ambassador at that time.
And this is what U.S. officials talk about, people to people,
Yeah.
right? It's the one-to-one relationships. Guys like Mr. Mago here that have been forging relationships, building bridges between the U.S. and India. Some people may say there's been some kind of sinister movement up front with all these millions of Indians that have come to this country. And I'm like, I don't think it was that organized. There's been a few of us that were born here. We've got uncles and aunties that have just tried to connect these two democracies that should be working together. And it was strange as a kid to not see these two countries work together. It was very kind of off-putting. So it is remarkable to see this development, and you should get credit as so many other people involved in the relationship.
Government of India did recognize me. They gave me Padma Shri. They gave me Parvasi Bharatiya Samman. And the state where I grew up, Haryana gave me Haryana Gaurav Samman. So whenever my wife asks me is what I have done for the last 40 years, I said, these are the only three things I have. No money. So she's not happy that where is the money? I said, how many people? I said, we were invited to meet with Prime Minister Manmohan Singh. Had tea at his residence. We have been invited to the White House when George Bush was there. So my question is, how many people get to be invited by the Prime Minister of India and President of USA? Does that have any value?
Absolutely. Well, I understand. It does have value to me, certainly, if nobody else. And I really appreciate you providing that context. It's always great to see you. Your son, Ajay, has been wonderful to get to know over the years with his leadership. So these are some of the community leaders that I interface with behind the scenes. And I'm glad you came on camera to talk about your role.
Glad to be here.
Great. Ashok Mago, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. All right, we'll let you step away. Thank you, sir. And actually, our broadcast is going to conclude on the television side, but I do want to recap briefly what took place, and we're going to try to see if we can get some other folks who I think are on standby to join us, and that might continue online for a moment if we have someone that is ready. Otherwise, we're going to wrap up the broadcast because we have to go back to regular programming on the television side. But this was an event that was planned by the Indian American diaspora. They had performers outside. We had obviously cultural performances on stage for a couple of hours. Then the Prime Minister spoke for a little bit longer than expected. He was on stage for more than an hour to an audience that was clearly his base here in the United States. And we have some folks here. Come on in. Before we wrap up on the television side, I got a couple more guests that want to come in here. Okay, come on in. Come on through. Yeah, you can come on. Stand right here on this side here. We're live here on television. There we go. Yeah. This is Yogi Chuk coming in here, and we'll slide over here. Let's see here. All right, all right, Yogi. Thanks for popping in. We just have a couple moments left on the television broadcast. We'll continue online for you. Yeah. Yogi, senior advisor to a gentleman named Ro Khanna, the congressman in Silicon Valley, and just someone who's politically astute, someone who's been a political player. We just had Ashok Mago on, who's been involved in a lot of these U.S.-India bridge building discussions. You're one of these gentlemen as well. I don't know how much credit you want to take, but you can take a victory lap on Diya TV. That's what we're here for.
No, but Ashok, he's done some fundamental work, great work relationship with the Republican Party. The Indo-American relationship is strengthened when people like Ashok are at the helm.
All right, so give me your perspective. You've seen all these things, right? I mean, from the initial Madison Square Garden event to this one and all the developments in between. We had the Quad Summit yesterday. Give us your takeaway from this weekend. And also, we should also mention, the White House had Sikh leaders come to talk about ostensible Khalistan developments, which still we don't have a whole lot of information, but that was on Thursday. So give me your perspective on that happening 2 days before Prime Minister Modi meets with the president and then has a diaspora event.
Well, the diaspora event certainly is historic in the sense that this is now the aspirational India, hence a little different from where India has been in the last 2-3 years. India's accomplished a lot more. As you know, the Prime Minister even references providing a voice to the African Union, being a voice of the South, and really having this relationship where India is now a consequential partnership with the 21st century. He talked about so many things, right? The women and tribal, the workforce, colleges, institutions, the GDP and the human capital. All things that make India an indispensable partner. Talk about Micron, semiconductor. One day a semiconductor chip is going to be fed to the United States, a net exporter of GDP. So that relationship is strategic. Now, in regards to the conversation that you're alluding to, I've just read up a little bit about this. The United States has been very clear that the foreign policy is grounded in human rights. And it's something as Americans we do with every ally in the world, and a democracy as India that is so relevant. Having conversations with people are conversations they should have. If members of the community have a concern, then it must be addressed. But I'm also amazed by the fact that how many Sikh Americans are sitting here in this audience today. The context of things that have to happen, we have our own imperfections as America. As a democracy, we're thriving. India's experiment in democracy is 75 years old. What I'm more encouraged about is what Prime Minister Modi said. We've made great strides, great steps. We've made dreams that we're going to chase. and we're going to come back and use our position of strength to bring peace in the world. That is the fundamental DNA that I think this room personifies, what Prime Minister Modi said in the aspect about a new India that is going to be a third consequential economic partner distant to US and China, but still significant enough. And that is the key message of this diaspora's conversation with Prime Minister Modi today.
Kamala Harris, I
Yeah.
know that you have a role, at least in advocating for her ascension.
Yeah.
Could be the first Indian American president. Still kind of amazing to say those words, frankly, given where this community has been historically, and even just the last 10 years.
Right.
This has been an incredible surge. You're involved in all these discussions. Give me your perspective on Kamala Harris, and then for that matter, we've seen Vivek Ramaswamy, Nikki Haley, Indian Americans on the other side of the aisle that definitely have moved up on that side.
It has, and Diya TV has been at the forefront of covering this immigrant story of ours, this generational shift in American politics. It is now not only aspirational, but the realization of the fact that our government today is a meritocracy. It's attracting our best and our brightest. When Vivek Ramaswamy and when Tulsi and others and Nikki Haley and Rokhan aspire for these offices along with Raja and many others, it is a coming of age. And I believe that the best of our decade in political engagement is going to come. Regarding Kamala Harris today, there are many people who come back and say she's our DNA. I think she represents a new generation of Democratic Party politics that has come back to make a real big difference. Now, I will say she's an underdog in this race because that's the way you should run a campaign. It is going to come down to battleground states. It's going to come down to razor-thin margins. But what I'm so excited about that the Indian American community finally in battleground states has the ability to make a difference. Somebody said that precincts could be 50 votes alone in each precinct that could be the difference on election night. Do I want Kamala Harris to win? You bet. It'll be historic. But at the end of the day, I believe the Indo-American partnership is going to thrive, whether it's Republicans or Democrats.
Well, Yogi, I always love to hear your perspective. This man is involved in the trenches from Iowa to Silicon Valley and every place in between. So look forward to getting your insight. And certainly, I think the community, this was a monumentous task. 15,000 people on site and all volunteers putting this together.
Volunteers.
I'm really blown away. It's no joke to put together an event of this size and scale. They did a tremendous job. And of course, getting everybody home safe and secure. A very impressive event.
Look at that. 15,000 people in 15 minutes are all out.
Yeah.
That's a record.
Well, I think people are starving. It's lunchtime. We like to eat in the community.
Good.
Yogi, we'll let you go. Appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Appreciate it.
All right. We'll take that off. All right. So we'll get a couple more voices here. We have another gentleman here who's going to come join us here live. We're going into extended overtime here. We call this like the post-game show. This is like double overtime, like that Colorado game last night, which only I know the reference to, unless you watch Deion Sanders play football or coach football.
I haven't kept up, unfortunately. Not this season, yeah.
He's still winning games. Okay. Akshay Patel is our guest. He's with the Emissary. Very interesting online site. Has a lot of insights, even followed by the Prime Minister himself. Just give me your synopsis of this event, the Prime Minister's message, and just in general, what's going on here these next couple of days with the Prime Minister meeting with President Biden and, of course, speaking to the United Nations.
I think the first word that comes to mind is reinforcement and redoubling, I'd say, of like the Indian diaspora and how important it is to Indo-American relations. And in terms of Indo-American relations in general, I think it was kind of needed. There's definitely some differences that have come, but there's a lot of commonality. And I think Modi coming here, meeting with Biden, meeting with the Quad leaders, and obviously meeting with the Indian diaspora and showing this kind of support and kind of glue between these two countries and the commonalities of diversity, democracy, pluralism, all these things we share in common, entrepreneurship. I think it was a reminder of, hey, these two countries may have a few differences, but there's a lot more commonalities and there's a lot more breadth in terms of the future that we should, double down on, I'd say.
Common stump speech, or was there some flavor in here that you picked up that was a little bit different than some of his other political speeches?
I think it was definitely a lot more tech focused. He mentioned AI a lot, and I know India is not experimenting, it's executing semiconductor investment a lot now. And I think the economic ties, that's the strongest ties, I'd say, between the US and India. Obviously, we have value ties, but money talks the loudest, I'd say. So there's a lot of stuff about future technology, AI, things like green energy, and a type of, I guess, better future economically and stronger trade relations, I'd say.
And you spent some time in India recently. You have a lens in the United States. Give me your sense of U.S.-India relations in light of all these different dynamics. We've had a caste discrimination bill that almost got passed in California, got vetoed by Governor Newsom. We've got the Khalistan conflict. We have ongoing discussions about defense cooperation. Give me where you think things stand. Both these nations say it's the best relationship of all time. Do you see it that way?
I'll be diplomatic as possible, but I'll be real with you. So I see it as two tracks. At the highest level, it's definitely going good. There's a lot of economic incentives, like I said, and things are going positively. The relationship is building, and there's a lot of energy, I think, on both sides, especially with the diaspora here, of trying to make this relationship succeed. And even, I think, between the leaders and the bureaucracies between the two countries, a lot of people want to make it happen, and it is happening at the top level. At the same time, there, I think, is an undercurrent where a lot of domestic politics gets involved. And that's where, this caste thing happens or the Khalistan thing happens. And how does that reverberate in India? How does Modi and the BJP feel about it? How do opposition leaders feel about it? That's where things get dicey. And I think that's where we start to see some frost on the relationship. And that's something for, I guess, leaders to work out. And now there's election season too. So that's some more spice on this relationship. I think overall it's going to keep going positive, but a lot hinges on this election season and how, whether Kamala Harris or Trump, how they want to approach India.
And finally, any thoughts on no political engagement here? There were no politicians on stage. We just had a local political leader, Jennifer Rajkumar, but really all the politicians were effectively asked to, maybe you can come as a guest, but you're not going to be celebrated. So give me your thoughts on this venue deciding to change course in that tact.
I think it's like a opposite reflection of the last event or the event Howdy Modi. That was definitely very politically charged. We have to be honest about that. This is different. Obviously, it is an election year again. However, Modi isn't as stable in India in terms of his politics. And I think that does kind of influence his maybe, staying away from other politicians and trying to keep it neutral, staying a bit more non-political here and just engaging with the community, which, politically for him, and I think for America, that's the best path. Just keep, geopolitical stuff or domestic politics outside the realm and focus on the positives. I think it's the right move right now for both parties.
Makes perfect sense. Akshar, thank you so much for joining us with the
Thanks,
Emissary.
Ravi.
Check him out on Twitter. Very prolific account.
Thanks, everyone.
All right. Appreciate it. Thank you very
Thanks,
much.
boss.
We're going to try to get a few more voices in here before we wrap up here from Long Island. And I think that's another big takeaway is that this was apolitical. They made this kind of a community celebration, one where they didn't necessarily have to go into the weeds about appeasing Democrats and Republicans. And we do have an election that is, less than 2 months away. And there are so many folks that are counting on Indian Americans to support them. We saw the data going back to 2016, 78% of Indian Americans voted Democratic in the Hillary Clinton-Trump election. This time out, until Biden stepped down, they had lost about 19% of the Indian American vote. Come on in here. We'll have a quick recap. Come on in here. Well, thank you for joining us here at the last moment. Introduce yourself to our audience who are hanging in here as we broadcast live from Long Island.
Hi, this is Nirav Patel. I'm one of the community member and also a committee person of this whole event.
Well, and we were just discussing the honestly excellence and execution for not just a community event, but a volunteer-driven event. It is really astounding. Tell me about the volunteers and all the folks that got involved to make this thing happen.
There is over 260 volunteer has worked hard for last 1.5 months to make this event very success. The way you can see all of our volunteers, they are really volunteers. They use their own gas, they use their own lunch, they use their own dinner money, and not to use the community or the event money. at all to do the work. And some of them, they come from out of state, some of them from out of town, and some of them, they come like 3-4 hours away in the traffic, and they were coming regularly for 1.5 months, and they make this event success.
Well, I got to say that's part of the reason probably the event cleared out so fast. People are hungry. They were, but really an amazing process to see a lot of organizations. Tell me about Minister Jaishankar sitting down with the VIP audience, and of course Prime Minister Modi's speech. What were your takeaways?
First of all, you say the hungry, right? I don't think so. Any of our volunteers, they have eat or drink anything since morning 6 o'clock. Now they might get some little bit relief, and they did. And the Dr. Jaishankar, the way he sit down and he meet with the people, it was very ground to earth a leader. The way he was meet, and he was listening also, the sitting and listening the Prime Minister's speech. He has saw all the performance what kids and the other people has done at was very appreciate from our community, and we want him to come back again soon.
Well, I think you guys, kudos to you. Really well done. We really enjoyed our opportunity to come here and cover this. And I know it's a challenge, logistics, Secret Service, dealing with local police. And then there were even protesters, but I don't think that had much of an effect on this event. So kudos to all of you.
Well, there is always some kind of resist, right? There are people who are agree, disagree in our home. In our family, might be a couple % not agree with you. So that does not mean they are all the enemy, but yes, they have some demand, and they have all rights to put their word, put their demand on the right way. I'm really appreciate and knock on a word that there is no incidents happen, or nobody has misbehaved, or nobody did any misconduct or anything. The protester did the protest very peacefully as well. And our volunteers were so calm. The audience was so calm. They didn't engage with them. They didn't reply them any aggressively. So far, the event went very well and smoothly. The Prime Minister has delivered his message. It's very balanced. He covered the economy. He covered the next generation AI. He covered the chip manufacturing, the microchip manufacturing, the semiconductor. He covered the women empowerment in India. He also covered the community of USA. So he basically covered everything. And the biggest thing, he has covered the environment, how the India is growing but not damaging the environment at all. That was a big point, though, for those who are really concerned about the environment and the earth nature.
Well, thank you so much for your time, and kudos to all of you. I hope all you guys get a nice meal.
Thank you very much.
And I might follow you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it. Great to see you. Thanks a lot. All right. I think unless we have any other folks out there, I think we might have to conclude this. Unless if there's someone else coming on, bring them in here, because we've gone into double overtime here. We did have a broadcast that went live to our audience on television. We're going to get. Oh, there we go. We gotta have my uncle. Are you guys considered my uncles now, or are you guys still young men? Come on here. Let me get you both. I get you both in here because I got. Yeah, we get you both on. We got 2 for 1. We get 2 for 1 here. How are you? All right, guys. Good to see you. Yeah, you guys get the uncle category. I'm sorry. I know you guys are still young, hip guys. Look at these guys, very debonair. But you guys get it. I got Ramesh Kapur. I got M.R. Rangaswamy, both political leaders, community leaders, and I think. We were talking earlier with Ashok Mago about his role in building kind of this people-to-people relationship between the U.S. and India, because we didn't have infrastructure, right? I mean, the three of us realized how small and dispersed the diaspora was, and it truly was a personal relationship you would have with a leader in Massachusetts or one in California. And now there's some infrastructure. Now, in diaspora has grown from just the kernel of an idea that you had a decade ago to something that's global in nature, and I'm very impressed with what you built there. And of course, Ramesh is written about in Harper's Magazine. I mean, my gosh, I mean, that's kudos to you for getting attention this week. It's kind of a really inside joke. You have to know some of the dynamics here going on. But first of all, tell me about this event, and we're going to wrap this up real quick. So just give me your sense on MR, what took place this weekend in light of the Quad Summit and the UN this week.
Absolutely. I mean, this was a good summary speech by the Prime Minister of his 10-year journey. as Prime Minister and his interaction with the diaspora. When he first came to Madison Square Garden, we were there. SAP Center in San Jose, we were all there. And then Howdy Modi, and then Modi and us. We've seen the rise of India. We've seen the Prime Minister's work. And he really detailed out in beautiful form the infrastructure build out of India, the rise of the education system in India, the role of the diaspora in India. And he saluted us. That was a remarkable moment for me, an exciting moment when he said, I salute the Indian diaspora. And really, he means it, and we've reciprocated because last year, $26 billion of remittances went from the US to India. And this was not for family reasons, right? This is to buy real estate, invest in tech startups, buy into the stock market. I mean, so the money coming from the US to India is building out India and will help fuel its journey from $3 to $4 trillion economy to a $10 trillion economy. So he strategically cultivated this. He's been consistent, and he's done a remarkably great job with this. And you can see what happened even at the Quad. You know, there was this universal support for India to be in the Security Council permanently, and the return of all the stolen loot from India. That was such a beautiful thing to announce and take back to India, take back our heritage and our idols and icons all back to India. So I think all in all, it was remarkable. And the crowd was as excited as I could remember from Madison Square Garden 10 years ago.
That's true.
Not lost a beat.
Yeah, absolutely. And Ramesh, both of you guys have been involved in politics to a large extent. Take us through what it took decades ago to work on the civil nuclear deal to now the conversations you're having with government officials about bringing the U.S. and India together. Is it easier to have this dialogue versus 20, 30 years ago?
Well, oh yeah, it's easier and difficult too. Okay, remember it's a democracy, all right? There are a lot of forces out there, that the different constituencies are there. But the civil nuclear deal was the ultimate. You mentioned Margot earlier, and I did. He was on the Republican side. I was on the Democratic side. So he has an easier time because it was pushed by Bush. All right, so it was a Republican bill, and the Democrat, he had gone to Iraq. They hated him on our side what he was doing. So mine and NPT, nuclear non-proliferation, was our base. So trying to get them to support. Biden was very critical on that. Eventually, we got 86% of all the Democrats voted for the civil nuclear deal. Never. That was the biggest ever achievement, bipartisan foreign policy achievement by anybody. 86% voted, the numbers are voted. And it was 3 years it took us. And Biden was big help because he was chair of the Foreign Relations Committee. And of course, he was also running for the presidency, and he needed our support. All right. And he was John Kerry and him were going to run against each other. And I used them. It always create competition. Okay. At the end of the day, that's the only way that works is when they're competing. All right. Look now, the Harper magazine that you mentioned about, right? What have we created? Okay. We have created, all of a sudden, we are relevant. All of a sudden, competition is created. Okay?
Are you saying a thank you to that journalist who wrote that?
I do. Okay, remember, all right. And the next, of course, I talked to him about there are other areas that we have. The reason why the Indian diaspora is important, there are other reasons. It's India is important. India is critical to United States national security. But he had the first article. He had one point in mind. So fine. The next article he does that, maybe we will make sure that it includes, it's more than what it is, the heading that he said were Hindutva, okay? But the next will be the jobs that are created, the Fortune 500 companies that are represented, universities that are represented, Indian hotel motels, 7-Elevens, we are creating a lot of jobs, okay? Created.
Ramesh, that has already been reported by us, our Diaspora Impact Report.
Sure, the report that you did.
You should send that to him and say, this is what we've done.
Great.
Yeah.
But that's okay. There was one angle, but it showed our strength. Okay, all right. Whatever it did, it showed our strength, and it did a white. Like Trump says, any press is good press. Okay, all right. The worst thing is to get ignored. Okay, all right.
I will say this:
we got good press. We want to leave when we have good press.
we were ignored. It doesn't look like you're being ignored. Both of you guys have
not at
done
all.
tremendous for the U.S.-India relationship. So congratulations to you both. This was kind of an apolitical event, so we want to get into that. But of course, it is historic that Kamala Harris is on the doorstep, and President Trump has made distinct overtures, including sitting down with me, and I've had a chance to sit down with the Vice President as well. It's incredible how far the community's come, and here we are.
Absolutely. This nothing but the best for our diaspora now. It's us to rise up to the next stage, right?
Absolutely. And until the next one, gentlemen, I appreciate both of you coming in.
There's a last thing I'm going to say is that, just like Kamala Harris is really not known to the rest of the electorate, she's giving her information. You have to look at our website, Indian Americans for Kamala Devi Harris, or Indian Americans for KamalaHarris.com. There are a lot of information in there that a lot of folks are not realizes what she has done. The Diwali functions she has done, how she thinks about India, how she thinks about doing the state luncheon that was given when Modi was here. So I want you everybody to look at that website, and I know MR, when she announced for the presidency, we were there together in Oakland over there. She was running for the presidency the first time. But that is going to be our ultimate. She becomes the president. It's like when Jack Kennedy became president, it was the Irish and the Catholics felt they have arrived. This is what we feel have arrived, okay, ultimately.
I think we have to end it right there. I can't beat that.
Absolutely.
M.R. Rangaswamy, Ramesh Kapur, I'm Ravi Kapur. Thank you to